La-di-da-di-da. Happy victims. Hungry victims. Yummy victims. Huh, I got a like before I got a viewer. A little lag time there. That's awesome. Set is go. Go back to the channel. And we want to pop out the chat. Good morning, critters. How are my wonderful critters today? I thought it said a like popped up and it still said 0 viewer. I was like, what? Like, how does that work? I was like, I'll take it. Yes, I did. And God, I wish it was available on Amazon because that thing's going to sell like freaking hotcakes. And I have no way to monetize it because it's good. It's the wash station is, put it this way, I make no money if you go and buy that wash station. And I'm telling you, if you play with resin, go buy the wash station. Oh, I know. I needed to cut it, and I have 3 charging USB cables and 4 AC power supply cables, and I have 2 other of the identical razor. And I cannot find a single one of the other razors or a single goddamn power cord to recharge my razor. And I haven't charged it since I left Pennsylvania, and the battery finally died, and I can't find the charging cable for it. I spent an hour and a half, 2 hours at 3 o'clock in the morning this morning tearing this house apart, trying to find a goddamn cable for that trimmer so I could shave this shit off. Oh, man. So I ordered 2 more USB cables. They'll be here Friday. I think I'm going to bolt one of them to the wall. We're doing okay. Water heater is still giving me conniption fits, you know. I'm very, very, very tempted to go the route of C4 underneath the water heater and see how high the rocket goes. In fact, if I didn't pay $500 for that water heater, I probably would do exactly that. Just little explosives underneath. And just Name flatter. No, that's a bad joke. I won't say that. Yeah, 150. I think the regular price is going to be like 180. I think that's the rumor I'm hearing. I believe the 159 might be an intro price, but anything under $200 is incredible. It adds to the convenience of resin printing so much. It's ridiculous. It's just incredible. We're doing pretty good, WAG. So what does WAG mean? Good morning, 3D Jimmy. No, the nose cone is whoever I don't like today. We just stick them on the nose and say, enjoy the free ride. No. The guy was coming out to look at it for free, so I'm not going to bug him too much. Just a little poke every now and then, and when he has time available to come out and look at it. I'm Groot. We call it a conflagration, not an explosion. Different regulations apply when it explodes. I gotta post a video there. When I got the flu and my pre-uploaded videos ran out, I just kind of went, so I got to start recording videos again. They will be a little slower now because, well, I'm not buying all the stuff to build up the house like I was, you know, for my money. But I'll keep making. I gotta get another video posted there. I hate editing so much. Where is that? Yeah, but what do you put WAG? WAG is one thing, but then you put W.A.G. Which implies that those letters mean something. No news yet. They say they're going to send me one. Just a few months ago they did, so we'll see. Oh, really? Wait a minute. Is it made to do it, though? Working is this. This is my job. So whatever I make from you guys, from my affiliate links and stuff like that, that's what I make. This is my full-time job. I like the idea of 20,000 milliamps and pass-through charging. That one, though, doesn't. It suggests not doing pass-through charging, even though it's capable of it. You could charge with 2 different input ports at the same time. So you could plug in 2 chargers to speed up the charge rate. So if you only have 2 2-amp chargers, you could plug in 2 chargers. But it doesn't mean you can charge and discharge at the same time. See, that's what I need. Most battery packs, if you have a charger plugged in, you can't have an output going. And if you have an output going, you can't have a charger going. I'm getting very close to the point of cutting this shit. It's starting to get annoying. It's not getting any longer. You know, the hair up here needs to get long enough for me to be able to tie it up in the back, and it's not doing it. I'm starting to get lizard scales and, you know, the normal thing when I let the hair get long. Yeah, see, this has QC. That is nice that it has QC charging. Yeah, see, it doesn't say it can do both. Somebody says it did work, but I thought I remembered reading this model. They did not suggest doing that. But I might try it, though. It's only 26 bucks. Well, we'll find out. $65. The replacement LCD for the Frozen Sonic Mini is $65, which means it's only twice as expensive as the regular RGB screens, but it lasts 4 times as long. That's a bargain. At least 4 times as long. Could last 5 times as long. And replacement VATs are $17. I also just got yeah, it's 26 bucks, yeah. I'm also getting some of that Stickeryeti high impact resin. It's $65 a kilo, but Stickeryeti just confirmed with me that I can mix it. So I can mix it like 25% high impact and 75% regular cheap $30 a kilo resin and mix the two together. And that'll get me a slightly more impact resistant resin. Because right now the regular resins are just too brittle. They're just so brittle for what I need to use. I could just which is better, Albuquerque or Santa Fe? I have no idea. I don't live in either. Remember, going to Albuquerque is a 50-mile round trip for me. So it's close enough that I can go there if I need to, but not close enough that I know anything about it. Yes, somebody just told me. Was that you who told me? Somebody told me that don't use the. It's too bad. I got like 5 bottles of Fast. Apparently it reacts with the... Yes! My boy here, he was here. No, there's Nosy. He kept trying to steal it. My boy Ender caught another mouse last night. Yeah. I let him play with it for about half an hour, and then I took the mouse from him, but then I gave him a piece of ham. I tried to do a straight up exchange, but I don't think he got the message. He just wanted to play with the damn thing. He would toss it up in the air and just fuck with this poor mouse. I just flushed it down the toilet. It becomes biomatter for my septic tank. But yeah, he caught another mouse last night, so I let him play with it for about half an hour. Then I took the mouse from him and gave him a piece of ham as a reward. I'm hoping to introduce the concept that if he brings the mouse to me, he gets a reward. But the thing is, he doesn't want the mouse for food. He wants to play with. Like, he's even careful when he bites it, not to crush it. I mean, the poor mouse. Yeah, good point. Oh, yeah, I use a frozen mini every day. Matter of fact, the only reason I'm not using it today is I had to clear this table off to do today's stream, because otherwise that's coming right back on this table. The frozen mini is wonderful when you want to... I do eventually plan to put up solar cells. Kevin Smith asked that. And thank you, 3D Print Farm, for the morning, too, because I was literally a couple hours from tossing some fast in there. Oh, and the vats are pretty cheap, too, $17. That's all right. I appreciate it. I don't know. The Creality vat uses a similar type attachment method, so I'll have to see if it physically fits. I suspect not, though, because the printer has a different size screen, so it makes sense the vat would be a different size, but I'm going to check. Because I have the... Actually, hang on. Let me check right now. Hang on. Boy, I tell you, you underestimate how heavy duty the vat is for the Creality machine until you hold the two together. It's like twice as thick. That's a big negative right there. They will not be compatible. The Creality vat uses captive screws, meaning the threaded screws are part of the bed. You can't take them out. And So that won't work. You're not going to be able to put the vats. You're not going to be able to interchange the vats. And the Anycubic vats are a pinch down hold. So there's no holes in the vat at all. Although it might be pretty easy to put a hole through it. I mean, that would take some machining, precision drilling, but that might be possible. And I have an extra Anycubic vat. Going through the aluminum would be no problem, but going through the steel might be harder without a drill press. Anycubic didn't stink that bad. The worst to me was the Wanhao resin. That stuff would just fill your house. Ugh. Man, that stuff stank. Yes, it does. The spinner is well, it's attached to the inside of the bucket with a ball bearing, but it just free spins. There's no external connection between the spinner and the drive motor. It uses magnets. So yes, in theory, you could make your own bucket as long as you put two magnets of the same polarity in the same spot so that the motor inside could grab it and spin it. Maybe the two different Anycubics are different, but my Anycubic is a pinch. So there's a bracket like this, and there's a screw going into the bracket like this. And then the vat simply slides underneath the brackets, and the screw simply pressure fits and presses down on the vat to hold it in place. Oh no! Actually, didn't you send me a link? Oh, I got a lot of email. I didn't realize I had that much email. Get rid of that. Save that. Don't need that. Or that. Forgot to check my email this morning. So I got a whole bunch of crap to go through. Hang on. Get rid of all that. See what kind of mail I have coming today. No idea what that is. From California, junk mail. Junk mail. Something from my bank. And Costco. Okay. Junk mail. Now, someone sent me a link. I think it was you, 3D Jimmy. I ain't not seeing it in the list. Let's do a search for sock. Hi. How you doing, baby? You're such a good boy. You catch them mice? Yeah. You're gonna catch them mice? Yeah. Hello, Timothy. Now, I know you sent me an email, and I'm pretty sure it had sock in the title. So why aren't I seeing it? Alpha-wise, I have almost all of them. I have the original U20, I have the U20 Plus, I have the U10, and I have the U30 Pro. No, but you need to break off the sprouts. That's how potatoes grow. If you were to cut out, like if this is your potato and you had a little sprout coming out here, first you need to process the potatoes or get rid of the little sprouts, because that's a thing that's growing. Okay, so where's it getting food? I mean, it has to be getting energy from somewhere. It's taking it from the potato. So it's gonna your potatoes are gonna wilt away unless you get rid of those. So break off all those little sprouts, and then U21? Never heard of it. I'll have to look it up. You got it. Thank you, 3D. Thank you for the warning, 3D Print Farm. What I've done is when they started really sprouting hardcore, I processed them. So I diced up some of them, boiled them so they were almost done, and then I drained them, dried them, and vac bagged and freeze them. I took some and sliced them into slices, fried them up with olive oil and salt, pepper, and basil, and then not quite finished. You know, they're still a tiny bit hard. And then again, vac bagged them, froze them. So I processed about 30 pounds of potatoes into the I know you sent it to me just a couple days ago, and I don't know. Let me search for 3D Jimmy. Jimmy. There it is. No, that's today. So where the hell's the original message? I'll check the measurements against the one that's on it. It is a smaller block. Hey, Wayne Potter, 10 pounds. Thank you very much. Oh, what I was saying with Mia's comment there, if you actually cut off that little piece of potato with the ear coming out of it and stick it in the ground and grow, it'll actually become more potatoes. So you can split a potato into pieces and plant them, and they'll make more potatoes. But at 10 cents a pound, I'm just going to go buy them. You should, if you keep them cool enough, if you can keep them between 40 and 50 degrees, problem is where I have them, they're pretty warm. If you can keep them between 40 and 50 degrees in a nice dark place, you should get 4 to 6 months in theory, but make sure you take them ears off. $12.53. You rock, dude. Thank you. Let's see. I did that. I ordered that. This is good. This is good. I don't need any of that. We're good. Okay. I like when they run. I love when people is like, your fat ass can't chase me. And I'm like, how fast can you run? Run fast, boy. Run fast. That was a great movie. The matter of fact, the only serious flaw in the entire movie was the opening scene. The opening scene can't happen. But otherwise, that movie was amazing. I don't know about what bed is best for ABS. I know the best is either hairspray or ABS slurry. As far as printing on an ANA A8, you're already theoretically it can do it. If the bed can reach 90C and you put it inside of an enclosure, in theory, an ANA A8 can print ABS. But you're already taking a very fire risky machine and you're sticking it in an enclosure where all that heat can build up. Be careful. You know, if you want to play around with that kind of a thing, do what I do. Get a stainless steel table, even a little one, a stainless steel cart. Okay, you want an all metal one, just any kind of metal cart. Find a cheap old food cart or something like that, and you set the printer up on the cart. and you set it up, 3 feet from any walls. This way, if the printer goes up, it doesn't burn your house down. There's nothing for it to burn. There's nothing nearby where it can catch on fire. So just be careful. Trial by duel. Yes. No problem. Definitely work on, putting better firmware on that machine. Try to figure out how to do that. Yes, the Republic of Tea Ginger Peach is amazing. It's one of the best ones. It's not the same as the Wawa tea. It's different, but equally as good. It's actually sweeter. It has a sweeter taste to it. It's very, very delicious. And if you like Republic of Tea, that's because Colin there sent me a container of the Republic of Tea, and they're pretty good price too. $10 for 50 tea bags. Not bad. No, I put the blood in a pot and I saute my victims in their own blood. Yeah. Let's see if I can find something for you guys here. Hang on. Yeah, see, here's something perfect. Here we go. Perfect. Oh, what the hell? I just might order one of these. Oh my God, is that actually all metal? Commercial service card, 220 pounds. Industrial black. It sure looks all metal. It is. For $27? Yes, I'm ordering that. That's a freaking no-brainer. Oh yeah, all the snow's gone. The snow doesn't last long here. Oh my God. Hold on, you guys are gonna love this. $28 with tax. There you go. Your problem is solved. Wow. Now the only bad part, it's only 16 inches wide, but you can just, put 2 cuts in it and bend those arms down a little bit to give you a little more width, or just put a couple bricks inside to lift the printer up a little bit. In the US, it's $27.14 prime shipped. It'll be here Monday. Well, not prime ship, but prime free delivery. Who cares? It's got it's from Muscle Rack, which is a good company. It's got a 220-pound capacity, so it can't be that chintzy. And the whole point is, it's an all-metal cart you can put a risky printer on without having to worry about it burning your house down. It's a little metal cart. Little 2-shelf cart, utility cart. Think 2-shelf rack with a handle on one side and 4 wheels on the bottom. It's a little push cart. So someone wants to put and you can actually build the enclosure right onto that. I'm tempted to get the red one because the red one's only $40, and it's got 3 shelves. I like the 3 shelves. That's incredible. I'll give you a link to this one too. I like the idea of red. I really like the idea of red. How big is this one? Same size, 30 by 16. So it's a small cart. It's not a big cart, but hey, for that price. Whew. And then also these carts are wonderful for resin printing. I use one for my resin printer. I have a nice heavy duty one here I got. It's plastic and metal. I got it used when I was in Albuquerque. If they had orange, yeah, I'd get two. I'm actually tempted to cancel the other order and buy this one here. It's $12 more, but it's got 3 shelves, and I kind of like that. Although if I use it as a resin cart, having 2 shelves is better because I can put printers underneath. See, the idea is I'm going to build an enclosure around the cart and then have a small fan to pipe the air outside. Just a tiny little 5-volt USB fan, just enough to create a tiny bit of negative pressure. And that will keep any of the fumes and VOCs from entering the house. Uh-oh! She's packing double. Oh, he wants down. He wants down. He doesn't like you holding him like that. You're squeezing him and you're not supporting him. You got to be careful, okay, Michelle? You can't squeeze them like this. That's why he yelled out. It was hurting. Okay? That means you carry one cat, and that means you put your hand underneath the cat to support them. They don't like being unsupported.
I had no choice. They both attacked me.
Then you don't pick them both up.
So I had to do something.
I did notice that the intro price for the ABS light has gone up a little bit, but otherwise, no, you can still get resin for $30 or $40 a kilo. What happened to Chris's eye? What's wrong with my eye? Nothing, as far as I know. Well, they did start going back to work out here. I know some companies are back to work, but yeah, the in case you guys don't know, the China is a communist government. It's an authoritarian government. They control a lot of the aspects of how things work in China. I mean, that has advantages and disadvantages. But anyway, they enforced extending the national holiday. Basically said, everybody, nope, none of you are going back to work. Stay on holiday. You might think that's a great thing until you realize you're not making any money to pay your bills. You know, but I hear some companies actually buckled and went under because of it. So they enforced a extended holiday because they were trying to contain the coronavirus. They were trying to keep people from moving around so they can keep it from spreading and becoming an epidemic. Not necessarily a bad thing if you have an epidemic, but, you know, I don't like that form of government. But yeah, this is, today we're going to be building an Enter 5. He's not my neighbor. He doesn't live, like, next to me, but he lives in town here, so I'm saying my neighbor. It sounds better. But anyway, he did the skirting on the house, to the bottom of the house, and he liked the 3D printing, and he's got a bunch of lumber he can't use. So we made a deal where I will get him a 3D printer, and he will help rebuild my porch out front. There used to be a small porch out in front of this house. You can see it in the satellite images, but now it's gone, of course, because it's falling down, so the bank tore it down. Well, I want to rebuild that porch. No, apparently, one of the reasons some of those supports are tippy, I don't have to worry about it at all. This house is a permanent foundation. So this house actually has concrete foots, and that's why I don't have to pay. I was wondering about that because I know out here you can have 2 taxes. You can have a land tax, and then you have a tax on your home. It's a very small tax. It's like a vehicle tax. Actually, it's not even a tax, like a registration. Like literally, this counts as a vehicle. But because this house is on a permanent foundation, I don't have that. It's considered real property now. So I just have regular property tax. And that's why some of those supports were a little wiggly, because they're not doing anything anymore because the house is on permanent foundations, which is excellent. That's a good thing. That means the house is much more secure, and that also means that resale value is higher because people like permanent foundation. That's a good thing. But yeah, I want a porch because, number one, it's nice to have. Nice to have a place to put packages and small things out front without worrying about them getting wet or hit with the sun. But also, I need an airlock in this house. You know, I need a double door system because the cats like to make a bolt for the door. AR Solomon. Actually, no. The patio on the back is where I'd watch the sunset. Because the house faces north. Well, not quite north, but close to, yeah, about almost due north. And the back of the house faces south. And so from where I live, the sun sets over here and rises over here. So I can watch the sunrise in the morning. Well, all the printers are in the bus still. Well, most of them. About half the printers are in the bus and half the printers are in the Connex containers. Yeah, but seeing as how that bus weighs 16,000 pounds empty and each Connex container weighs about 8,000 pounds empty, yeah, they're not going nowhere. And we don't get tornadoes here, so no worries. My cat's very curious about it, and he keeps trying to get out the door. They're doing it less lately. That might have to do with being snipped, or might have to do with how cold it is. You know, they feel that cold and they don't want nothing to do with it. But every now and then they still make a little go for it, and they gotta kick them back. And because if they get outside, they're dead. I mean, one of these birds or a coyote or something's gonna get them, and they're dead. Because selling printers is actually difficult if you want to get any kind of reasonable amount of money for it. I've explained this before, so I'll explain it now. A printer like this is actually saleable. It's a very high quality printer with a feature set that people will want. The problem is it's also desirable for me to keep because I can genuinely use this printer. I'm building it for him. I bought this and I'm building it for him so that I could trade him a 3D printer for a porch on the front of my house. Any extra materials we need, I'll buy, but he'll supply whatever materials he has in the labor, and I will give him a 3D printer and teach him how to use it. So I figure get him a good one. The utility building, you mean my workshop? Yes, that's still out back, but it's wintertime here, so it's a little cold. That's the plan. Not a printer hub, but that's the and yeah, and I traded an Ender 3 for my snowblower, which I still don't have out of my trailer. I do have a 220-volt out in the back, and I do plan to run umbilical power to the building. I can't wire the building permanently, because that requires permitting, which I don't have right now. Yeah, Chiron's nice. Chiron is very nice. It's one of my favorite printers. Well, I hope to eventually get a 4th container. I'd like to have a 1,000 square foot shop. And a 1,000 square foot shop requires 3 containers. And I have 3 containers, and one's being used for storage. I would like to have a 4th container so that I can have 1 for storage and 3 that I can open up into a workshop. Maybe eventually. We'll see. No, I do not have any CNC. Well, I have the CNC head for the Creality CP01, but I don't know if that counts. Actually, what I would like to do, if I can, is to have, right now I got the house, and then I have my concrete pad, and then I have the containers. Right now, that's my setup. So house, concrete pad, 3 Connex containers. What I would like to do is to have a 4th Connex container, but not connected to the other 2, so split apart. And then I could put a roof over the space in between the 2 Connex containers. And that'll give me a space where I can park my cars, you know, the 2 cars and the bus underneath a canopy to keep the sun off of them and stuff like that. It'd be nice. No, I bought them. They were $3,000 a piece. They'll cost me $9 grand. Yeah, Ivan Miranda. He's amazing. If you haven't subscribed to his channel, go do so. He's amazing. Hell no. I don't ever want to own a porn shop again. Oh, I did not enjoy that. That was not fun. There you go. Make a bunker. Yes, he made the tank. He's amazing. He's a lot of fun. Also, I found another channel. Someone introduced me to him. I don't remember who, but somebody, one of you guys, told me about him. Perfect Printing. John Scone or something like that. I think he's Russian or Bulgarian. It's one of those East Bloc, one of those area of Russia countries. I think the accent sounds like it, but he does some really cool stuff. That's a good idea. I'm gonna make an ace kill sheet for Ender. Ender kill board. Absolutely. That's going to get done. You can do that. It should work. You want to use as soft a TPU as you can. So you're going to want a direct drive printer. You might even, if you're going to be making money at it, get yourself a Hemera. It's supposed to be very, very good for flexibles like that. And you're going to want to run the really, really soft stuff. I mean, regular TPU will work, but you really want to use the soft stuff. I don't have any TPU prints I can show you. I just don't. There might be something in the bus. I don't know. See you later, WFO Rider. Happy victims. Because it needs to be soft enough to give. Sure hardness, exactly. You're gonna want to be using who's the company? Yes, I have one. The oh, what was it called? The remote direct drive. I do have one. It's actually still in the minivan. I don't know. I don't know what the TG temperature is for TPU. It's probably different for each one. I would imagine it's pretty good. Ninja Flex, that's it. The Zesty, that's it as well. I have a Zesty. I haven't had a chance to play with it yet. And Ninja Flex is what you want, the really soft stuff. Yeah, the Zesty Nimble. It looked pretty impressive. TPU that you'd buy on Amazon? Yes. The super soft Ninja Flex? No, you're not printing that on a Creality machine. It's not going to work. Yeah, big differences. But you want that really, really squishy soft stuff. What might work, especially if you have like a dual IDEX kind of printer, is to have use regular TPU to print the base, the base of the rubber pad, and then use the Ninja Flex on top of that to print the last like 5 or 6 layers. This way you're not wasting the expensive stuff for the whole entire thing. And but you get the squishy stuff where you need it, those last few layers, to absorb the ink and be able to. So the other thing is you need the pad, the rubber part, to be able to squish enough to make sure it actually touches everywhere on the paper and deposits the ink. So going with a $30 roll of TPU and then switching out to the $90 roll of Ninja Flex for those last 5 or 6 layers would probably be a good idea if you're going to make a business out of it. You could pretty much automate that process pretty easily. You basically just create a variable process in Simplify 3D, and then you should be able to command it. Say you're the rubber part that's going to be inserted into your 3D printed stamp. So you're going to have 2 printers basically. You need the IDEX printer to do the 2 different TPUs, and you need your regular printer, to probably PETG would be best. A little more temperature resistant without going to the complexity of ABS. So you print your PETG handle, and then you print your insert that's going to go into the handle on TPU, regular TPU. Then in Simplify 3D, let's say it's say it's 35 millimeters, or not going to be that thick. Say it's 15 millimeters thick. You could tell it, the first 10 millimeters use head 1, which has regular TPU, and then for the second 10 millimeters in the split process, you can tell it to switch to head 2 and use the super soft stuff. Just make sure your temperature is as high as both can handle it to make sure they fuse. Well, remember, what I'm talking about is think of the difference between this being flexible, okay? That's like TPU, okay? Versus, this, and that's not even as flexible. Okay, that's the difference between the two Ninja Flexes. The really, really soft stuff. The AlphaWise U20 on regular TPU, probably. So the TPU you'd buy off Amazon, the relatively stiff stuff, yeah, you could probably print that. M0, what is that? And that'll invoke a resume. I would use a plated nozzle. One of those super slick nozzles, like a Nozzle X or a nickel-plated copper nozzle. You want something super slick that's not going to resist too much. M0 pauses the print, and it'll keep the heaters on and the steppers locked and all that. So I can inject like an X0 command to get the head out of the print, and then it'll pause, and I can just hit the knob to resume. I'll have to play with that. Ow. I really hate this hair. It's annoying as hell. Go for it. I can't guarantee YouTube will allow it, but if it pops up a thing for me, I'll allow it. So today we're going to build an Ender 5 for my neighbor. And I'm going to hopefully, assuming, he follows through. I mean, don't make a guarantee. But assuming he follows through, I'll get a porch out of the deal. So I consider that a fair trade. He's got lumber that's literally useless to him. He can't get rid of. And he was going to build something at his house and then found out he can't get a permit to do it. So he can't. I think he lives in Albuquerque. So he can't do it. So the lumber is wasted for him, and he knows how to do it. So I'll get my... No, I didn't see nothing. He wants to make a rubber stamp, ink stamp. Like a pass-fail stamp or an approved stamp, something like that. Yes, I do. I don't have one, so I can't give you any direct knowledge. Well, I do have one. I have a Mark II, actually. Prusa's are like a stepping stone between Creality style printers and Lulzbot and Ultimaker style printers. So when you look at it from that perspective, I might have a launch pad on top of the container. See, I want to put a little deck on top of the container, like mount it right on top of the Connex containers, so I can have a little porch out there, just climb up the ladder and have a little deck out there with an unobstructed view of the mountains and the sunrise and sunset. I think that'd be fun. Probably not, because the Hemera is all integrated. So the actual distance from drive gears to nozzles is extremely tiny. A lot smaller than the distance between BMG and nozzle. It'll probably work as long as it has it. Okay, the biggest trick for TPU printing, regardless of the length of your path, is filament constraint. Okay, that is too dark. Can't use a dark color. So that we're assuming we're going to use a BMG, and you want to use a BMG because you want to use a dual drive gear system, because the gear applies torque to the filament. So you have your, like on a Creality printer, you basically have this kind of a setup. Okay, so That's your basic setup. You have a drive gear, you have an idler gear, you have a spring applying tension, and you have your exit port. Okay? Now the problem is think of it like a boat. Actually, think of it like a tank. Okay? So here you have a tank, a boat of some sort, and you want to apply thrust to it. Well, what happens if you only drive one wheel? Well, the tank turns. Okay? So in order to keep the tank from turning, you have to drive both wheels at the same time with equal force, and then the tank moves. Well, your printer is working exactly the same way, if you think about it. You have a drive gear and an idler gear. This is providing no motive force. It's simply pushing the filament into the drive gear. So it's like a tank that's only pushing from one side. So when you push from one side, what does it want to do? It wants to turn. Okay? So your filament is constantly being twisted to turn this way, away from the drive gear. Now, it can't because the filament is stiff. There's an idler gear stopping it, and there's an exit hole right there for the filament to pass through. Okay? But as your filament... No, I bought this. He's building me a porch. I think the porch is worth a little bit more than a printer. Now, normally your filament is crazy stiff. I mean, you're talking about PLA. It might as well be like a rod. Okay. So when I push on the end of this, it can bend, but it's resilient to bending. Okay, so I could push on the end of this, no problem. So when I want to feed the filament through and I push, it's not a problem. And even if I push from one side, causing a torque, again, this is so stiff, it's not a problem. But now, push this. You see what happens? Now, if I get lucky and I'm nice and smooth, no problem. But if there's any resistance, the filament does exactly that. And that's exactly what will happen. So when you're pushing on this, the filament will tend to want to go that way. Right? And that little gap between the exit port and the gear is enough for that filament to escape. It will happen. Even the stiff stuff will sometimes escape. If you try to go too fast, if there's too much resistance. Let's see. Exactly. I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to 3D print some kind of ace scorecard for Ender. You should hear him hiss and growl at Noel here because Noel wants to take the toy. And Ender's like, motherfucker, this is my toy. I caught this. So with when you try to push something that's super flexible, as you can see, if there's any gap whatsoever, the filament's just going to bend out of the way. Now you can help with that by reducing the gap between the exit port and the gears so that as you push, it has nowhere to go. It can't go to the side because there's no gap for it to fit through. That's a constrained filament path. Also, dual drive means you're pushing on the filament from both sides equally. So like a tank tread, the filament is more inclined to go straight ahead because it's not being torqued left or right. The Hemera does all three things. First of all, the filament also bunches up. So as you can see how it's getting thicker? See? Okay, the filament will also do that. It's going to compress as it's pushed. And the more it compresses, the more retraction you need to undo that compression. So the Hemera takes care of all three things. It's dual drive, so the filament is not being torqued one way or the other. The filament path is restrained, so there's no gap between the gear exit and the filament entry point into your hot end. There's no gap there, so the filament can't escape. And the distance from the gears to the actual tip of the nozzle, stupid phone update. Of course, this probably reset. Nope, it stayed live. Of course, the distance from the gear to the actual tip of the nozzle is as short as possible, so you have less compression of the soft filament as you're pushing it out the nozzle. all three of those things are what make it ideal for flexible filament. That's why I bought one. Haven't used it yet, but I bought one. I disagree. The Ender 5 is priced well, and it's superior to the Ender 3 in a lot of ways. The biggest advantage, there's two huge advantages to the Ender 5. One, the frame is much more solid. It's much more rigid, except for the cantilevered bed. We'll get to that in a minute. And number two, it's mostly assembled. And because of the way it assembles, it self-aligns. So with an Ender 3, you have to be careful putting it together. It is possible to put an Ender 3 together incorrectly. It's actually pretty easy to do, to have a twisted vertical, to have parts not square, stuff like that. With an Ender 5, that's very hard to do, because as you tighten the bolts, the entire frame self-aligns itself into the correct position for the most part. Hello? Ender 3 is okay. It's like chess. Easy to play, hard to master. So an Ender 3 is easy to build, but it can be a little hard to master it, meaning to build it right, to where it doesn't cause you any issues. Sometimes the issues are minor enough that you don't even worry about them, don't even mess with it, but you could improve your print quality if you fix those minor issues. The U20 is not as good as the CR10. I would go with the CR10. Ender 2 has the same problem as the Ender 3. It can be a little finicky on assembly because it's possible for parts to turn, to rotate, to be out of position, to be out of square. Again, not hard, but it can be finicky. I consider building an Ender 3 to be easy, but then again, I've built 130 printers. So it would be easier for me. What is intuitive to me and you might not be intuitive to Joe Blow, average user who buys their first printer, and they're not used to having to use rulers and squares to align things. You know, that becomes important. I'll explain as I build it. Now, the only problem with the Ender 5 is the cantilever bed. Now, that's not an issue as far as the bed being stiff enough to print on and stuff like that. That's no problem. But there is the problem of anytime you bump the printer, that bed wants to vibrate. Okay? So you do not want to put an Ender 5 on a table next to another printer that's going and shaking all over the place, because that other printer is going to vibrate and make the Ender 5 bed do this. Okay? And you don't want that. Predator? No, I have not tried a Predator yet. There are ways to stiffen it up a little bit. The best way would be to, what I would like to see them do, is for them to do what they did with the Ender 5 Plus. 2 Z motors. Problem solved. Exactly. For you, Jimmy. They have to. With a 400 by 400 bed, you can't cantilever that. You'll bend 10mm rods. I have not had a need to add bed braces yet, but I'm probably going to try some just because it's available and I can print them for free. But I haven't had the need yet. But remember, I printed my 176-hour medieval castle with a 0.2mm nozzle on one of these. Okay, the print is amazing. And I also love the fact that the bed inertia never changes. Theoretically, with an unusually large print, you either have to gradually reduce your jerk and acceleration as you print more and more, or you just have to start off at the lowest. Because as you print more and more, you're adding more and more mass to the printer. I've made prints where there's 3 kilograms of plastic on the bed, not on an Ender 5, on a bigger printer, where there's 3 kilograms of plastic on the bed. That's a lot of mass. And now you're still slinging that mass back and forth with that moving bed. This solves that because the bed doesn't move. It just goes down, tick, 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 as you're printing, and that's it. Which means your movement mass, your head at the top, that mass never changes. So it's constant. Did you have helpful cats then? Yes, he caught another mouse last night. I heard him crash through some stuff in there. I was like, did he get a mouse? I turn around, he comes around the corner, there's a big mouse in his mouth. I was like, yeah, you got one. Ender 2 is tiny. Ender 2 has a 150 by 160 by 225 build volume. So let's get this open. Yes, that is annoying. Not a huge deal, not a deal breaker, but it is a little annoying. You kind of got to peek underneath the top rail. As you see, this printer comes in assemblies, and it's mostly assembled. Oh, this is updated. It's got the anti-backlash thing to keep the bed from dropping. So this is a little bit newer than the models I have. I like these flat ones. They're good for cushioning underneath printers and stuff like that. Probably not a bad idea, but I would probably want to use other pieces of extrusion instead of plastic. But yeah, that would be good. There's our bed. Now that is the one other thing that I don't like about the Ender 5 is that it uses that flexible magnetic surface that Creality uses. We're just going to stick a wham bam sheet on here. Uh-oh. There's a loose screw. Any more loose screws? Okay. This is all assemblies. So this is your entire top assembly, pre-assembled. This is your vertical assembly, and then you have one more assembly for the bottom. Makes it very, very convenient. Uh-oh. I heard another screw. I felt another screw. Ooh. Vertical rails. I thought I heard a screw. I don't know if that's it. I don't know if that's it or not. We'll find out as we build it. The Ender 5 is a good all-around printer for a low price, $349, and you get a ton of aluminum with it for that price. It's a bulletproof frame structure, so it stays put once you've set it. So for somebody who's a novice, it's an ideal printer. It's also got an expanded print volume, so 220 by 220 or by 300. So you get an extra 50 millimeters of Z, so you can build more things with it. There's one right here, but I felt one hit my leg and bounce off. I'm not sure what it was. So the printer is all constructs like this. So your bottom is already assembled. Your heat bed is assembled. Your vertical is assembled. Basically, the only thing you have to do is attach all of these with these. And that makes construction a lot easier. Well, whatever I need, I could probably find. I probably have enough stuff around here, or just find it down here. Like I see one screw there. I also see a longer screw and a hammer nut over there. So those might be the parts. Here's the only upgrade that I suggest for this printer right away is to, although in the beginning this is fine, replace this with the metal one. You can get the metal one for like 15 bucks on Amazon. It's dirt cheap. If you go to my 3D printing parts and accessories link, you can find the replacement for this. Just replace that with a metal one and you're good. Okay. Because what happens is this works fine. I mean, it works absolutely just as good as the metal one. The problem is that over time, this arm here is under continuous tension because you have a spring pushing it away from this arm. Okay, see that? And there's a little thin arm here, right there, and that's what this idler is sitting on. And you can see here, see how the idler moves? Okay, so what ends up happening is the arm cracks right there from the pressure because that's a thin part right there. And over time, that arm there will crack, and you'll think you have a clog, but what's happening is your printer's just not pushing filament anymore because that arm is cracked, so the idler isn't pushing against the drive gear anymore. And then no compression, no push, it just doesn't work anymore. And it took me forever. I'm looking at it, I was like, it looks fine. I'm squeezing this, and that's moving fine. I'm like, what the hell is the problem? And eventually, I take this apart when I realize I can grab the filament and just pull, and it doesn't stop it. I was like, whoa. I take it apart, and the arm is cracked right there. This little idler arm right here, it's cracked. So just buy the red aluminum metal one off Amazon for like 15 bucks. Yeah, they're my kitties. They love sleeping together. Exactly. They crack under the pressure. After about 500 hours worth of printing, that arm just cracks. Okay. I wonder if I could remember how to put this together without instructions. I'm guessing the screws that fell are probably the screws that hold this on. So this is just going to attach to there. I just want to see if I can build this without the instructions just for the hell of it. I have no idea if I can do that or not. There's our tools. There's our screw bags and our compression fittings. I do love their little memory card readers. I still use them. These are the best ones that they've ever gotten. I've never had one of these fail yet. Those little white ones are nice. Where is the instructions? The instructions are probably in the cardboard box portion. I know. They love it. They've confiscated it. They've claimed it. They said, this is ours. Don't touch. Oh, that's right. I forgot they did this. The most important thing is it has the screw sizes. This is the Ender 5. That's a lot of washers that we're not going to use. So there's my M525s. There's our M410s, including my hammer nuts. So I don't think I need anything else. Huh. Yeah, I don't think we need anything else. I think they add slop and I'd rather have two hard together parts. And I don't like the idea of a washer interfering with the mating surfaces. I just don't think they're needed. That is a lot of M525s. Okay. And these are the ones that are going to bolt the bed on. I believe this is one of them. No, that's actually shorter. I'm not sure what that is. Something came loose. So is there anything loose? That has its nuts. That has its nuts. Those are there. Those are there. Those are there. Those are in place. Those are in place. Everything on the hot end is there. Nothing's bent. End stop is attached. All those screws are there. Huh. I don't see any missing screws. Yeah, yeah, that's the yin yang position. And I call them thing 1 and thing 2. I don't see anything missing, so I'm not sure where these screws came. I mean, they obviously had to come from somewhere. Those are all intact. Huh. I don't know. I guess we'll find out if we're missing something. So, as I thought, you build this first, then you build this, then you build this, and then you build this. So it is pretty straightforward. So it looks like the holes need to go left to right. Ooh. Come on, stop messing with me. I like threading them in by hand. Make sure the threads aren't cross-threaded. Remember, it is steel into aluminum. So cross-threading is your enemy. Wow! That's incredible. I have no idea. Not into that scene. I don't know. We're going to find out. Oh man, I've been looking for one of these. I probably have 100 of them, but I can't find any of them. So these are very handy. That's the acupuncture needle for clearing out the nozzle. I also keep these little bags. They're handy. I have a little box. I fill them up. I gotta deliver my meth somehow. Never. I have never had to replace a nozzle because it wore out, ever. Simply never. Now, the exception is if you're grinding your nozzle into your print bed. I have destroyed a nozzle doing that. You can actually see it worn down because that was on the Ender 5 Plus before we realized that there was a bug in the firmware. Not the Creality firmware, but the alternative firmware they had me install. And then the other option is if you are using abrasives. So believe it or not, the worst is not carbon fiber. The worst is glow in the dark. Whatever it is that's in glow in the dark filament is ridiculously abrasive. Like one roll can destroy a nozzle. Like you might not even make it through the roll. But carbon fiber and glow in the dark. Contrary to popular belief, wood filaments are not abrasive. They will not hurt your nozzle. Neither will glitter. Most of the time it's mica, which is just another plastic. So it's not going to hurt your nozzle. It's the glow in the dark and the carbon fiber that will do the damage. Yeah, whatever that material is they use to make it glow in the dark is ridiculously abrasive to brass. It destroys them. Like a roll of this in glow in the dark would destroy your nozzle. It's done. Wood can clog on small nozzles. Yes, I suggest going to at least a 0.5 nozzle. 0.6 would be even better, but 0.5 will work. It's that 0.4 is right at that point where it's possible for little bits of the wood in the film. Wood filament is literally wood ground up and shredded and mixed in with PLA. So there's actually little bits of wood fiber. And really, it stains well. I like the real wood because it smells like real wood. I love that. And you can get it cheap. But now most of the time you can get away with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. Crank your temperature up to 230 Celsius. You'll still get clogs every now and then, but it'll reduce them because you're decreasing the viscosity. Yeah, you got to sand it first to open up the pores. Here's a wood rocket. Here is. Where's Woody? Here's Woody. Come here, Woody. Oh, nose cone popped off, but here's a rocket with wood PLA. This is cheap. Saintsmart or 3D Hero. 3D Hero Works wood PLA. It's beautiful. You can even see where you got a momentary little clog there, and it burned the wood a little bit, but it printed fine. But yeah, you could stain that. That's awesome. I love the way it feels. It just has a nice, soft touch texture. The wood PLA has a soft touch texture that's nice. Also, the big Groot on the hood of my bus is wood PLA too, from 3D Hero. So make sure the end with the drilled hole is at the top. Me too. The matte finish is really nice. Do a finger check when you put the rails on. You know, make sure the beams are flush on both sides. They have some. I've got a few from, I think it's from Saintsmart. But I got a couple of different color woods. I haven't played with them yet. It's right before I moved here, so it's out there somewhere. I was hoping I could do it flat, but the answer is no. Hey, German nerd. He told me to make the choice, and I bought the printer. The magic of the Ender 5 is that everything's cubes. So when you bolt it together, it kind of aligns itself. So you can't really have twisted rails like you do on the Ender 3. It's just not possible. It's not easily possible. You'd have to work hard to do it. I tell people, you have to try hard to build an Ender 5 wrong. Hey, Edge of Tech. Hey, I just thought of something. There we go. Got my Edge of Tech hat. Because I wanted to give him an Ender 5. And I wanted to give him a new printer, not a used one. And my two Ender 5s are customized. So one's running a 0.2 nozzle and one's running a 0.8 nozzle. I have some upgrades on them, and I don't want to give those up. $350 for a Porsche, I consider to be a bargain. Plus, he's giving me his labor and all of his lumber, giving him a used printer that might have thousands of hours of printing on it. It just doesn't seem right. It just seems sleazy. It's like, you know, hey, let's do a trade. Here's my car with 300,000 miles on it. Just doesn't seem right, you know. I want him to have a warranty. I want him to not have any issues. Same with the Ender 3. I didn't give him a used Ender 3. I bought a brand new Ender 3 and traded for the snowblower. You know, $175 for a printer for an $800 snowblower. That's a bargain. Okay. Why can't you get an Ender 5? They're only like $350. What's that, like, what, 375, 400 euros? If you have a legit need for it, you can't beat it for the price. All right, next is the, I believe is the top brace. This goes in the back. Like that. See how these aren't aligned? See how this frame is about, you know, I'd say that's almost a half a centimeter out of alignment from this top frame. Who cares? It doesn't matter. When you bolt them together, they align themselves. Oh. Well, you got to try to do what I do. It's not always easy. It doesn't always work. But I try to make... One of the reasons I even began monetizing 3D printing was because I have a rule. I don't make a lot of money. I probably make less than you do a month. And one of my rules is my hobbies have to pay for themselves or I can't have them. Or they have to be cheap enough to where it's not an issue. So my rocketry, for example, I take pictures and I post those pictures freely available to everybody. And people, you know, just like here, they send me a little bit of money here and there when I do that. I sell DVDs with the pictures on it, so if people want the full resolution pictures, I sell them. $20 a DVD. I tried to make rocket kits, which I'm actually going to be doing. I'm going to be making rocket kits to sell, and the money from anything I sell for rocketry goes to pay for my rocketry hobby. This way, I don't have to actually use any of my income to pay for my rocketry hobby, because I don't have enough income. So it can be hard, but that's what you got to do. You got to try to, if possible, it might not be possible, but you got to try to see if there's any way you can make your hobby support itself, to make it pay for itself. Now these I only finger tight until I get them all in. Now as you're going to be turning this printer around a lot to maneuver, be careful. Make sure you're not pinching your cables on anything. See how this one's got a big gap? Well, now the gap's gone. The frame aligns itself as you build it. So this alignment would be a problem on an Ender 3. It's no problem on this, because when you bolt it to the rest of the printer, it lines itself up. Yeah, I was doing, well, not so much extra dollars, but to survive. When you get left with $200,000 in debt, you have to make those payments. And I can never pay that off, ever. The whole purpose of 3 jobs wasn't to pay off $200,000 of debt. That never works. The sole purpose of 3 jobs was to make the minimum payments on these debts until I could sell the house for enough to pay everything off. Ooh, that's tight. There it goes. Nope. This one is not happy. I don't like the way that's threading. Ah, it wasn't straight. There we go. Got it. Okay. That's why you start off by hand. You don't want to cross thread. Okay, snug. Got it. See? It all self-aligns. You pretty much can't put one of these together crooked. It'd be very difficult to put one of these together crooked. Okay. See? It's a cube. So the structures pull any alignments out of alignment and back into alignment. By feel. Basically, the wheels, you want them only exactly as tight as necessary to do the job. So the way you determine that is you, like for example, this one here, okay? Loosen the wheel until it wobbles, okay? Loosen the eccentric. I'll do it right now, hang on. So we're gonna loosen the eccentric, see? See, now I got wobble in play. Okay, so obviously that's too loose. So you wanna loosen it until it wobbles. Then you tighten it up a tiny bit, check for wobble. Tighten a tiny bit, check for wobble. And I'm talking turn it like this much, okay? Tiny bit, little, tiny bit, tiny bit, tiny bit. Stop the moment the wobble stops. Still got wobble, still got wobble. Wobble's almost gone. Wobble's gone. No wobble. Oh, no, tiny bit. I felt a little bit. There. No wobble. That's it. Stop. The objective is not to make the wheels tight. The objective is to remove wobble. That's it. The wheels should basically be floating on the rails. And the way you can tell also is grab this and try to turn a wheel. See how I can turn the wheel? Even though it's not moving, I can turn the wheel. That's normal. That's fine. The wheels, these wheels aren't driven. They don't have motors attached to them. Okay, nothing is turning this wheel. All it is a guide wheel. All right? You're not driving the wheel in, you're just guiding. So you only need the wheels precisely as tight as necessary to stop wobble. That's it. Any tighter whatsoever is too tight. You're going to introduce noise, you're going to introduce wear and tear, you're going to introduce distortion in your bearings and your wheels, you're going to strain the motor and the belts. So loosen it until it wobbles, and then tighten it only exactly enough to stop it from wobbling. Yes, they've already. Somebody's already done that. The person who got me the T that came delivered to my PO box. No, stop when the wobble goes away. When the wobble goes away, it does not matter how loose. Look, this wheel's loose. I can turn this wheel freely. It doesn't matter. The purpose of the wheel is not to grip the rail. The purpose of the wheel is to lie gently and caress the V-slot so that this head does not wobble and wiggle. That's all it's there for, okay? Tightness is in your belt. That's your drive, okay? This is your drive component. This is just a guidance component. Do not tighten. Snug until the wobble stops. If you're unsure, loosen it until it wobbles, and then retighten until the wobble stops. That's it. No more. Done. Okay, now, this is standard bolts, right? Yes. This is also why you don't want to over-tighten them yet, because you got to get these bolts in the sides. If you can't put them in by hand, try to figure out why. Because you should be able to put them in by hand. Now, once I have that one in, I can tighten up this one. Remember, be careful turning the printer that you don't crunch any of your cables. See, this one's not quite aligned. So we adjust this until we get it aligned. There we go. This one does not want to go in right. Now, I think this printer is a refurb because I noticed that some of this stuff was a little, it looks like a bolt has already been in it. Oh, I can see some burrs in there. Like the PO may have cross-threaded this. Not a big deal, but it is something to be careful of. Yeah, if your wheels are shredding, it's because they're too tight. I think he cross-threaded this, so I'm just going to have to push it through. Oh, there it goes. We're in, I think. Yeah, we're in. We're good. Just a little burr in there. There we go. We're good. That all feels nice and tight. It's parallax in the camera, but yeah, this is all level. It looks good to me. Remember, you have an isometric view and you have a wide angle lens. So anything near the outside edges of the lens. See how it looks a little straighter now? So as you get near the outside edge of the lens, you're going to have more barrel distortion. I hope so. I'm going to make a go of it. I got my room reserved and my table's reserved. I just got to hope I can split it with somebody. But I intend to try to go to Murph. Anthrocon, what's that? Murph is Midwest Rep Rap Festival. These printers are considered to be Rep Rap machines. 3D printing, basically. It's basically a weekend 3D printing convention. If you are really into 3D printing and you've never been to one, trust me, go. Even if you only go for one day, trust me, it's amazing. It's more 3D printing than you can absorb. People bring the most amazing things there. Just incredible stuff. And I'm talking people who are genuinely creative, unlike me. People who actually invent really cool stuff. These are the people who make it possible for me to do this stuff. To a point, you know, within the material limitations of the physics and what you're doing. Huh, that's a little low. That's annoying. This one's not quite lined up. I can see that's at a little angle there. There it goes. There it is. A little deburring. There it is. See, it's really hard for this to not be straight now because this and this combined with these just pulls everything into the correct position. What's your fursona? I don't know what a fursona is. Yep, the bus is still back there. Hopefully sometime in the next year I can start doing things with the bus. But here, give me an example. So a friend of mine, this is like his favorite kit. I'm not sure exactly what he does with it, but he really likes this particular kit, and it's discontinued. This is a rocket kit. This is what I have named a SAR, some assembly required. It's a stepping stone in between ready-to-fly rockets and rockets that you have to actually, glue balsa wood fins. So it's partially plastic and partially paper. I only have one of the fins out here, but you'll see that's not a problem in a moment. So the way this works is, I mean, a lot of these parts are obvious. The two tubes attached with these two tubes. So that's how they attach. Your nose cone simply fits in the top. Okay. So now I'm going to take this all apart to make this easier to show you guys on camera. I'm going to make it shorter. Okay. So there's the top half of your rocket. Now the bottom half of your rocket is these two pieces here. Okay. So this is a combination fin can, motor retention, and motor mount all in one. So your motor sits in here and plugs up against this here. This, you can consider this your thrust ring. Okay. These two parts go together. And then this is your motor retention. Okay. So that threads onto here. That holds your motor in. And then this goes on top of the rocket. Okay. So there's your basic rocket. Your fins slot in. So the fins have a little slot on there. And they fit into the slot here and snap in place. And then the ring actually keeps the fin from sliding backwards. Now we can take them out because we can bend the fin outward and slide the fin backwards and pop it out. All right. So he has a problem of losing and or breaking these fins. So he asked me, can I 3D print replacements? So after about 5 hours in Tinkercad, putzing around, testing sample prints, I succeeded. I can actually make those replacement fins. And there's the replacement. Now I couldn't do quite the same shape because I want to make this easy to print. So this prints like this, and then it all requires no support. So slight modification of the design. These have triangles on them, so they don't require support to print these tabs. And I just made the triangle a little deeper so that it can fit into the existing slot. So this is a new design, but it's backwards compatible. So now he can print out replacement fins, and these will slot right into the existing rocket. So then the next question was, can I replace this? And it took me a few iterations, but yes, I was able to successfully replace the fin can as well. So I have my own fin can design. Let me take this apart for you so you can see it. I was able to actually incorporate my MRS technology into this backwards compatible, E2X compatible fin can. So this entire thing is Vase mode printed. This whole piece is printed in Vase mode, which makes it very, very end user compliant to problems. You basically just have to adjust the extrusion multiplier if you're too loose or too tight. But it makes it very easy and clean to print, and you end up with an extremely clean print. So the difference is I don't use the plastic to retain the motor. I run a paper tube up the motor. So that is the motor tube, and it fits in there, and you glue that in place. And then this unthreads. So that is actually a separate piece right there that glues onto the tube. Slide MRS, a modular rocket system. So I have a system where I can make a rocket modular, like the E2X kind of. So now that fits in there. You glue that in place, glue that in place. Your fins snap in, and it is backwards compatible and forwards compatible with E2X fins. So this is the fin that Estes makes. It will also slot in and fit. And then, of course, you can just 3D print your own fins like I do, and you're good to go. And because these are Vase mode printed in this orientation, they are surprisingly tolerant to abuse. A normal 3D printed fin would snap off if you did that. So they are shockingly durable. And then the cap has a little excess on it, and that actually retains everything in the rocket. There. I now have an E2X compatible fin can. I can go on the existing parts, existing tubes, and use the existing fins. So the parts are all cross-compatible. That's something that 3D printing lets you do. It's pretty amazing. And so now, I was like, okay, well, I can 3D print couplers. So now I can make a coupler to join two tubes together. Okay. TPU would be tough, but it would be flexible. And then, of course, I can also 3D print the nose cone. This one's actually a little too tight. I got to make the collar down here a little bit smaller. But now I can 3D print a nose cone, 3D print a collar, 3D print the fin can, the motor retention, the fins. I can 3D print every part of this rocket. So all he has to do is buy two 12-inch tubes and a piece of 24mm motor tube, and he can literally reproduce the same kind of rocket that Estes makes with a screw-on motor retention. So you pop your motor in and you screw this back on and you're ready to make another flight, and the fins are interchangeable. So you can pop the fins out and replace them if they break, or disassemble the rockets for travel, whatever you want to do. That's all 3D printable. It's awesome. It's a lot of fun. So I decided, well, what if I come up with something a little more 3D printing resilient? So something a little bit more optimized for 3D printing. That's where my MRS tech comes in. This is MRS tech. I didn't realize I could do that complicated a shape in Vase mode, but it worked. So I made up my own rockets. And this is just a little example. Now, this tube needs to be long, but for display purposes, I use a short tube because it's easy for me to show you, okay? So I have my nose cone is Vase mode printed. The whole entire nose cone is Vase mode. This is the fin can. So here is your threading for your motor retention, okay? And there's your motor tube that pops on there, okay? This is all modular. So I have all different kinds of fin units here. Look at that. And these all pop out. So you can see I have that shape right there. And then I have that same shape on here. See? I could put up to 12 fins on here. So this is all modular. I can take these parts off and exchange them for different parts. Like here's little atmospheric jet engines, some gull wings. This is a T-tail wing. All right. Here's the inverse of this wing. So you have the two matching wings. Here's a little missile. You want to decorate your rocket with a missile. And now I can totally change out the design. So let's say I want the fins to angle down instead of up. So I can put the fin on this way, like this. Actually, I can do side by side. There we go. So now I have my little down fins, and put this one on. This one won't fit on here this way. I would have to use different fins because it's 6, so that you need symmetry. And here, put my atmospheric jet engines on. There we go. So there's my little jet engine fins. And then, here we go. So here's my 12-pack. You can put 12 fins on there. I'm really going to town with this. So now, I can take these 2 fins and put them on here. There we go. So now there's my little atmospheric jet. And then I attach, nose cone and body tube to it. Now this would be longer, of course. This is just for demo purposes, but there you go. I have my little atmospheric jet. It's all modular. I can just swap these parts out. Like I can take this one here and put this one on it. There you go. And now I have that designed. There's just so many things you can do. I have fin cans for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12 fins. I still need to do 11, and I think I could do a 13. I think a BT60 will allow me to fit 13 fins. So you could change out your fin can based on how many fins you want to put on here and how many accessories. I got little SRB boosters. I got little space plane shuttlecraft. I got little rockets and missiles and different shaped wings. Here's some big wings. So here's some really tall wings if you want to do that. Okay. So you can mix and match. So this is a 3-piece one. So I can take this and this, and swap out this and put this on it. And so now you have that. Just it's all modular. And the same thing. I have an idea for adding a second one of these little sections mid-place, and also having one that will slide over the tube, so you can add little wings up at the top of the rocket and stuff like that. Yeah, kind of like an Imperial transport. That's what gave me the idea to make this. It looked kind of like an Imperial transport kind of deal. But it's all modular and it all fits together. So a kid can, say, hey, I'd like to order a new set of fins. I'll charge him, $5 for a set of 3 fins. And now he goes from having a rocket that looks like this to having a rocket that looks like this. He gets the 6-pack fin can. Okay, that's going to be the standard because that'll allow people to add accessories. And that way you can even do 4 fins with the 6-pack. So if you take these off, you can add 2 more of these. They won't be 90-degree offset, but it'll still work fine. And now you've got a 4-fin rocket. That's still symmetrical. Okay, that just looks cool. And then you can add the jet engine accessories to it. Where'd the other one go? There it is. There you go. So now you have a 4-fin rocket with 2 little airplane jet engine type thing deals. Okay, or add SRB boosters like the space shuttle. Just this is what you can do with 3D printing. And these parts are lightweight. This is 5 grams, so it's not a whole lot of mass. And because it's all vase mode printed. But yeah, that's just freaking cool. It's amazing what you can do with 3D printing. That goes there. I'll just leave these all together however they are. Here's a little missile. So if you want to add a weapon to your rocket, there you go. So we'll stick that right there. Put this right here. There we go. So there's your little missile ship, your missile fighter. And then the motor retention holds it all together. Yep. But this all came from my buddy asking me to make a replacement fin for his rocket. And that just resulted in me going to town with it. I spent the last week and a half just cranking this stuff out. the printers in there are printing out parts. But yeah, it's just fun. It's amazing what 3D printing allows you to do. No cat armor yet. Gotta wait till they get full grown. Where did that tube go? There it is. But now, I could literally reproduce a discontinued kit, and it actually functions just like the original. Not just the same design, but the same interlocking structure, the same function of the original kit as well. But a lot of fun. Where did that ring go? There it is. Hey. That goes there. Oh. Then I have this one. I call this the MRS Cubed. Modular Rocket System Cubed. So everything on this is a square. The body tube's a square, the nose cone's a square, the fins are square, everything's square. This one's actually flight ready. So I have the recovery system installed. So that I could actually launch this. I could put an engine in and fly it. And then these fins are also removable. So this unscrews. And these fins pop out. So if you break a fin, you can replace it. I mean, it's just really, or change a different design of fins. Look at that design on the back there. That's all vase mode printed. I mean, that is just fun. The only non-printed part on this entire rocket is the single tube going up the middle and the recovery system. Everything else is 3D printed. And I have a new one that's hexagon shaped. Yeah, it's going to have forward swept hex wings and a hexagon body. And I'm going to call it the the MRS Elder Hex. If anybody knows that reference, you'll know what I'm talking about. But yeah, that's what you can do with 3D printing, and that's just model rockets. I mean, the sky really is the limit. I mean, the Sharknado is awesome. Do I have that handy? No, it's over there somewhere. You know, the sky. Here you go. Sky's the limit. Look how beautiful that is. And that's all 3D printed. If we win, I'm going to have a decal made for my Elder Hex rocket. And it's going to say, I own the hexagon now. Just a little subtle jab. I don't know if a 3D printer will be common in households. It'll be common in hobbyist households, but I don't know if it'll be common in all households because, well, there's limitations. Okay, there's user limitations that you have to work with. Yes, you could print a mask in TPU. You'd be better off printing it in PLA and then having a little bit of foam on the inside for comfort. Yes, it is a bit dicey, isn't it? Matter of fact, that's the slogan for the rocket. Your chances for survival are dicey at best. I love it. I gotta write that down. The MRS Elder Hex. Your chances of survival are dicey at best. That is an awesome jab. Who did that? Mark Gibson. You just got your name on my kit. Because even though I came up with that, I'm crediting you because you made me think of that. Yeah, you're getting credit for that. But yeah, being able to do all these in vase mode makes the prints fast. It makes them clean. It makes them perfect. It makes them very resistant to user error. So that's my MRS tech. My MRS tech is being able to do all this. I've come up with a way to do complex multi-surface shapes. So that has an inside and an outside, and it has ribs connecting the parts together to make this super, super strong. And that's phase mode. That's the trick is little slots cut into the model to connect all the surfaces into one continuous linear surface. Okay. Now those screws are there, so I'm not sure what the extra screws are for. Oh, I know what the screws are for. I know exactly what the screws are for. No, those are right here. The one is, that's the other one. So that little screw there, is that it? Is that the one for the... No, that's for something else. That's not for this printer. I don't know. I don't see anything missing. Okay. Next step, installing the bed. Well, first we have to install the Z-axis. And that is going to go in the back. I believe it bolts directly to the frame. Yep, that bolts directly to the frame. Now, that's not hammer noted, is it? No, definitely threaded. Okay. Yeah, it definitely goes there. I am. Absolutely. It's such an awesome process that I actually have a couple clips recorded already. It actually convinced me to get OBS going. So you guys might get some more advanced videos in the future once I get my new table set up here. I have a second monitor coming in. I have a programmable keypad coming in. I have a lav mic coming in because I'm going to start playing with OBS and trying to use OBS to do these streams so I can have multiple cameras and switch you guys between them. Too much is good. I tighten my belts on my 3D printer the same way I tighten my wheels on a 3D printer. Only exactly enough to make the belt from. That's it. No tighter. Doesn't need to be tighter. As you can see, this all self-aligns. Once you get these bolts in, as long as you don't strip them, that's the important part. Don't strip anything. But once you get them in, it just aligns itself. It's just so convenient. I got to learn how to use Fusion 360. The problem is Fusion 360 takes something I don't have a whole lot of right now, and that's time. There's a very large learning curve to Fusion 360. It's going to happen. I know it has to happen. It's just a matter of time. Replace the hot end. Seriously, the stock ANET hot end, unless they've updated it, maybe they have, but the stock ANET hot end is horrible. You can push filament in, but you can't pull the filament out. So I've literally had to resort to popping off the PTFE tube right here, pushing the filament through, and then feeding new filament in, because you just can't. It's hard. I bet I just I pop the PTFE off here, I snip the filament here, pull my old filament out, put my new filament in, push the old stuff in with the screwdriver, and then just feed it in, because you can't pull it back out. Your best bet is to pay the $19.99 to buy a Creality hot end kit and replace the E10 hot end with a Creality hot end. Just make sure you get the 12-volt one. I believe the E10 is still 12 volts. You'll have to confirm that. They have both 12 and 24 volt. Although you don't need the heater cartridge and the thermistor, you should be able to reuse the ones that came with the printer. You should be able to just replace the actual physical metal itself. And I agree. The coaching always works best. Also, make sure you download and print CNC Kitchen's hot end replacement shroud for the E10. It uses all the stock fans and parts. It just replaces this little block. It makes the Ender it makes the ANET E10 print as good as an Ender 2, and that is saying a lot because not many printers can do that. I get truly phenomenal prints out of my ANET E10. All right, basic structure is built. We just need to attach the build plate to here using the M410s. Yes, I've heard Lars Christensen. I've watched a couple of his videos. I heard he is one of the best to watch. I just see what people like MechG do. Like, this is my design. I designed this rocket, but I didn't model it. I don't have that kind of skill. So I made paper drawings, and I sent them to MechG, and he modeled it for me. Right? He did this in Fusion 360. You look at what Chaos Cortec does, all in Fusion 360. It's incredible. My biggest fear, I'm going to spend a year learning Fusion 360, and then they're going to say, oh, no more free license. Oh, I could just see them doing that. See, normally this would be a problem, the way this bed is attached. But interestingly enough, with this printer, it don't matter because the bed isn't moving back and forth. Now it does go on top, right? Yes. No, because VR modeling is optimized more for organic sculpture kind of modeling. It's not really good for the kind of 0.1 millimeter precision modeling that I use for making rockets. I might take you up on that, 3D Jimmy. I might take you up on that. Because I know I need to learn it. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. You should be careful posting. I allowed it, but you should be careful posting a public email address unless it's a throwaway. I might very well take you up on that, 3D Jimmy. You know, set up a shared screen session or something like that with a video chat or something. I mean, it's no problem if you know how to handle yourself, you can post your email address. But a lot of people aren't aware that this stream is not like a conversation in the real world. When people play back this video, they can play back the chat as well. So the chat is permanent. So I don't have a problem with you posting an email address. That's fine as long as you're aware of the risks. Oh, that's it. Okay. Yeah, I heard that. Okay. So here's the only problem with the Ender 5. I'll bring it up so I can show you guys. Am I mostly English? I don't know what that means. You mean like from the UK? I know I got a bit of Cherokee in me. My mom was like 25% Cherokee. I know I have Dutch. And I think some German. I think German, Dutch, and Cherokee are my biggest genetic markers. I've never been tested or anything. So here's the only problem with this is that this can do that. You probably can't even see it on camera, but that can vibrate. Okay, so if this printer is having this done to it, this will vibrate. It'll oscillate. That's the only problem. Yeah. It's not a big issue unless, of course, you have like a lull spot sitting next to this thing cranking away, and this thing's going like this the whole time it's printing because you have a machine over there going, like a drill press or a lathe or something. So you want to make sure this printer is relatively isolated so that you don't get that little vibration. It's not a big deal, but it is a potential issue. But again, I've never had a problem. And this is pretty stiff. I mean, that is, I have to put a pretty decent amount of force on it to move that. Let's see, where are my plates? I should have a couple plates here. I have some ready-made plates. This one will probably work. Yep, that'll work. The magnets that they use on the Ender 5 are not as strong as the Wham Bam magnets, but they're good enough. They hold. Where's my chisel? I need my chisel. There it is. No, I've never had a problem either. The nice thing about the Ender 5 is that it already has a magnetic bed. So all you need is a spring steel plate and a sticker. So you can buy, I now have an affiliate link for Wham Bam, by the way, finally. You can buy just the steel plate from Wham Bam. And I prefer the PC sticker, but you can also get PEX. And then it'll just stick right on there. No problem. The chisel's amazing. This one's starting to get some chips in it. I got to learn how to sharpen these. Like the one thing I don't like about one thing I do like about the Wham Bam PC surface is it's very sticky. The one thing I don't like about the Wham Bam PC surface is that it's soft. The problem with being soft is the chisel can scratch it pretty easily. This surface isn't soft. It's a flat surface. It's really hard to damage. I could just do this with it. Doing this with the Wham Bam surface, not as good an idea. I gotta talk to him about seeing if he can get a Creality style skin. You know, this feels almost like fabric, but it's not. It's flat. It's just you can be more aggressive with the tools, like you see me doing. Although I did dig a notch out of this one, I wasn't paying attention, and I brought the chisel up a little too high, and I wasn't paying attention, dug right in. My fault. If you keep the chisel low profile and flat, that's not a problem. Meaning you follow my own instructions. There we go. That's all nice and clean. Also, make sure the bottom of your steel plate is clean, and make sure your magnetic surface is clean. Because otherwise, if you have a piece of debris on here, it'll push up on the bed. That's it. Magnetic surface attached. The problem with the flexible one that comes with the printer, the one that Creality uses, is that PLA can warp enough to lift that magnet surface off the other plate. It's strong enough to do that. This is a steel plate. It would have to warp enough to lift the entire magnet off to break it free. Which can happen, but it's unlikely. And there's another one of those. Goodbye. Hey, where's the other piece of this? Oh, I found something we're missing. We're missing the other piece of the spool holder. The actual cap. Oh, that sucks. I'm going to have to go steal the cap. I'll be right back. So that's what was missing. I'm gonna have to see if I can model a replacement for this. Maybe. So I can have extra of these caps. Well, I have to model it first. Okay. Don't forget, close your chisel. Because if that falls on your leg, it'll cut right through you like a hot knife and butter. Do not disrespect the chisel. Another pair of nippers. I got like 50 of these. I'd be lucky if I could find 10. Oh, really? A chisel sharpener, huh? Hey, we have another PayPal. Lawrence Hall, thank you very much. $5. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Chisel sharpener, huh? Oh, okay. Cool. That's pretty neat. I wonder if I can make one. See, that's the other thing about a 3D printer. Everything you look at, you're going to start wondering, can I make that? Can I make that? Can I make that? It's a lot of fun. That's my Frozen card. Okay. Now this, I'm pretty sure, just goes right on the front here. Yeah, 2 hammer nuts. They're kittens. There isn't, except for when they're asleep, they're up to something. And even when they're asleep, they're dreaming about being up to something. They're always plotting against you. That's what kittens do. They're murder machines in training.
They're plotting against you. Whatever you did, you sent them off.
Nah, they're just sleeping here.
And tell me every night, their plan they want to do to you.
Wait till you hear what they're going to do to you.
They love me.
Man, they get creative.
They love me.
The things I hear them talk about are almost like fetishes. It's weird, Michelle.
They love me. They tell me all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feed them. I make them happy so they don't go anywhere.
Oh, he does. He does steal it. And it's the first time I ever heard the cat hissing on her, like, like he's getting mad. He's like, stay away from my mouse. Noel took the mouse, ran into the shower, so I closed the shower to lock him in. Ender can't find the mouse. Even when he sees it in his mouth, he just assumes that the mouse is still loose somewhere. I think he doesn't recognize the mouse in Noel's mouth as his mouse. I think he just thinks Noel found his own. No, he took his. So Noel lets the mouse go in the shower, and I'm trying to call Ender over, and he's not getting it. He's like, I got to get him to learn to. It's like, come here, come here. And I finally grab him, and I go to stick him in the shower. I don't even get him halfway in the shower. The mouse is right there. While he's in my hands, he's just like, and he grabs that mouse. Oh, it's hilarious. More like, I'm going to eat your face off if you touch my mouse.
What Ender's doing is showing you how to grab his prey.
Okay.
He's thinking you're trying to take credit for his prey.
No, he just wants it. He doesn't want to give it up, period. Okay, so now we're going to turn this sideways because this makes it easier. Again, make sure you don't squish your parts there. Now, does anybody remember which one of these it goes in? I don't remember which one it goes in. I'm right around 130, 135. We're going to start off with the furthest away one. We're going to see what happens. Because you can't hurt it, it just won't work. Okay, so now it's time to wire. So I know this goes to this. And that does look like a genuine XT60, okay? So that is nozzle heat. That's going to be this harness over here. Yes. So that is going to be nozzle. This is most likely Fun 2. They call it Fun 2 instead of Fan 2. Those colors match, so I'm going to put these together. This is your thermistor. Bed thermistor. So that's going to be over here. They do mark them bed thermistor now. That is also a change. I told them they need to fix that. Before they were both just marked thermistor. So you didn't know which was which. And then this one should be marked hot end. Nozzle thermistor, yes. Okay. This is Fun 1. Now they aren't marked on this end, but they are color coded. So this fan is black and red, and the other fan is blue and yellow. So they are now clearly marked. Nice. I want Fun 3 though. I'm guessing the short one is going to be the Z. Yes. Okay. We're going to put that there. And now this is going to be Z end stop. Yes. Where is the Z end stop? It's up top. Okay. So we are going to go outside the frame, up here to the Z end stop. If it's long enough, yes it is. There's our Z end stop. Now later on, I'm going to get that. Maybe I'll try printing them, those little channel guides, so I can fit this into the channel like that to help with wire management. So actually, I'm going to redo that. I'm going to come around this way so that I can have more cable and be able to run this up in the channel. So now I have enough cable here where I can put the whole thing in this channel here like that, which will make it a lot nicer. EXP3. Well, they're marked CN1, 2, and 3, so I'm going to use CN3. Okay. This is the Y-axis. So this is going to come up here to this motor and to this guide here. And again, I'm going to get this all snugged up and zip tied to make sure it does not get in the way. This is Extruder, which is going to go here. And this is X, which is going to come up here to this one. Make sure I'm not in the way of this. Okay. Now we mount this. I'm pretty sure this is for my spool holder. That is not for the spool holder. That is too small. So it looks like I am missing a hammer nut for the spool holder. What are all these for? I have 2 bags of M410s. Yeah, I got 2 bags of M410 for some reason. And thank you, Alexander, for the port for the screen. Huh. Okay, well, I could probably use these. Yep, that is the correct size for that. But now I'm missing the other hammer nut. And I think these are too long. Maybe not. That's a thick plate. They're all the same length. So I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to use 8mm for the extruder. Maybe not. But I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be 8mm. I don't like the way that plate's on there. Oh, it sticks out. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Okay. There we go. The 8 fits. Will a 10 fit? No. The 10 will not fit. It bottoms out in the rail like I thought it would. You need 8mm. And I don't think there is. So I think that's probably one of the ones that got dropped. But that one looks longer. Yeah, that's too long. That's a 15mm screw. So that's not it. So I am missing 1 bolt. Good news is I only need 1 to attach this. What the hell? That's all 10, 10. That's a 10. That's a 10. That's a 10. That's a fatty. I can't use that. So I am missing an M4 8. So that's one of the things that's missing is the second one of these. I have the hammer nut, as I thought I did. No, I don't. I'm missing both the hammer nut and the bolt. But that's okay. You only need 1 to attach this. So 1's fine to attach that. And we do have enough to reach all the way. I might as well raise it up a little more, though. There's no reason not to. Okay. Bed you want on the inside. Let's get this unwrapped from those. Get that on the inside. Get that on the inside. There. Now the bed wire is on the inside, away from the rest of the wires. Okay. There we go. This is extruder. It's going to go right here. Okay. And these two have to freewheel it up to here. I really hate the way this is so jankily exposed, but there's not much you can do about it. I have a magnetic pickup tool here somewhere. So now we need to secure our wires. So I'm going to start with a zip tie here. Come on, tell me you work. I don't want to double. Damn it, I'm going to have to double. The zip ties aren't long enough. Are you kidding me? Now screw this. We're going to get some good zip ties. I got RBO zip ties. Although I don't think these are long enough either. Nope, I don't think these are going to be long enough either. They might. Nope. Got to use two. I'm going to have to get some longer ones. Yeah, they work good. These don't have to move, right? Correct. Now don't forget, you got to make sure these wires stay away from these belts and these drive units. Oh, not good. Oh, this only needs one. Because 20 by 20. Oh, I didn't get that. I can still feed it through. Okay. All right. Get it down here into that channel. And I did not feed that through. I did not. Bring it through here. There we go. Okay. That's a little on the tight side. There we go. Now it's not so tight. I am so far very impressed with the Frozen Sonic Mini. It is so stinking fast, it's ridiculous. And it's 200 bucks. And I don't even have an affiliate link for it. But of course, I've only had it for a week, so you gotta take any suggestion with a grain of salt. But so far, everything about it is very promising. Okay. There. All my wires are nice and neat. They are held out of the way, so nothing should get stuck in the belts. keep that a little loop right there so it doesn't get stuck in here or here. Okay. One more set of zips down here and we're good. Any update for helping me out on the Monoprice Mini Delta? What update? I wasn't aware I was helping you out with the Monoprice Mini Delta. 1 kilogram? No, it comes with a 200 gram. Okay. I hate that that is tangled. I'm going to untangle it. There we go. Just because that would drive me crazy. What's the problem with the Mini Delta? Wow. Point them in my direction? Yeah, I'd kill for that kind of a resin build volume. Like, I'll murder somebody. There we go. All the ribbons are in the channels. Normally, I'm lenient on banning somebody, but they're not people. They're programs, so I don't care. There we go. That is all good. It can identify them. I reach all the way. Yep, I can reach all the way down, all the way forward. When you're doing your cable management, do be sure to double check that you can actually reach all the way to the end. You know, I gotta twist this around. This needs to be on this side. There we go. I still see video. Yeah, it looks good here. I don't see no problems. Let me double check stream details. That's not it. Where's my live analytics? I don't see them anymore. Huh. Yeah, anytime you get a glitch, F5, hit refresh. Looks good here. At least I can't see nothing out of place. Yeah, I hate the new upload screen. It's horrible. It's literally horrible. Well, that's a piece of shit zip tie. God damn. It is not. You wacko. Yeah, you're the wacko. I turned it off this morning. Are you kidding me? I turned it off this morning. Are you kidding me? Once the daylight came up. Neither is mine. And you got heat in the room where you are. Your face is weird. Okay. Now there's nothing I can do about this because this has to float because this head floats. I do know all. All I gotta do is ask Google. I just go to Google and say, "Hey Google, how weird is Michelle?" And Google says Michelle is the weirdest in all the land. You look like a weirdo to me. Alrighty. Don't forget, check your power switch. This is not as important in the US because if you're accidentally on 230, nothing happens. It's very important in the UK and Europe because this is set to 115. If you plug this in Europe, it's done. And my viewer said they looked it up and your picture's next to the definition of weirdo. Oh, somebody got it. Okay. I was like, why is it telling me to unhide? I want to hide them because somebody else hid them.
Try it again.
But you're my special little weirdo.
I am not your freaking weirdo.
You're my special little weirdo. I wouldn't have you any other way.
No, Ender's your weirdo.
Well, we definitely know Ender's a weirdo. There's no question about that.
Leave me out of your crap.
Okay. That gives me a little bit of tension relief on that. Not much, but a little something. Now, something I like to do is to secure the end of this bed anyway. And there is a hole here. And I use that to secure the bed wires. These zip ties really suck. I'm going to try another one. There we go. So that just gives me that little bit of extra security on my bed wire so this solder joint isn't being tweaked every time it moves up and down. So I just loop the wire around like this and zip tie it to that existing hole that's already there. And now this can flex and move as it needs to, but this joint here, which is the important one because that's where the solder is, doesn't flex. There's not too much in the way of restaurants, although I do have a Denny's right there, less than a mile away, which is pretty cool. And then I have, we have McDonald's, Sonic, we have a Domino's, we have the Denny's, we have a Subway, and there's also a place called Chili Hills. Good food. It's a little restaurant. They got 2 locations, one here and one in Moriarty. We haven't eaten at the one here yet, but we have eaten at the one at Moriarty with good food. But so far, I'm liking it. An easy camera to use for a time lapse. Well, there's 2 ways you can go about it. If you want a dedicated unit that just runs on its own, then ich spreche kleine Deutsch. That's about all I know. The hell was I saying? That's weird. I forgot what I was saying. It's gone. Whatever I was saying, it's cameras, time lapse. I was like, it's gone. Yi action camera, they'll do time lapse. But probably your best bet for a time lapse is to buy a Wise camera. They're $25, and you can program them for time lapse. You can even tell them to start and stop at a certain time. So, for example, if I'm gonna, yeah, the whole place is full of New Mexicans, and we're in New Mexico. The Wise camera actually is WYZE. I have links in down below in my description. They are nice cameras. I have like 15 of them. Well, back in Pennsylvania, I had to put a camera in every room in the house because my own family was stealing from me pretty badly. So now I have all these cameras. But a Wise camera would be perfect. You could even tell it when to start and when to stop. So you could set up a Wise camera and say, okay, it's 2 o'clock, so I'm going to tell it to start at 2:10. And then print's going to take 3 hours, so I'm going to tell it to record for 4 hours. So record until 6. And then you'll have a ready-made little video all ready to go. Just go into, unless you want it, of course, go into the settings, turn off the Wise logo, turn off the motion detection thing so it doesn't give you that green square where it detects motion, and you can even turn off the timestamp so you have just a raw video. But the Wise camera is actually, hey, you're pretty fast there, man. Nice. But the Wise camera would probably be pretty much perfect for that. I mean, that'd be very handy. Yeah, I'd use a Wise camera. And when you're done, you log into the camera and you just download the time lapse you've recorded right to your phone. Done. If you want higher quality and more control, you want an action camera like a GoPro or a Yi action camera. You can usually get a simple model of those for like 50 or 60 bucks, $50 to $70. And then you can program them to do whatever you want. You want time-lapse video, though, not time-lapse picture, unless you want the pictures for some reason. The time-lapse video function will actually give you a finished video when it's all done. The time-lapse pictures, you then have to take a big folder worth of pictures and process that into a time-lapse video. Yeah, that's another thing. You can get knockoff cameras on Amazon. You can get these DB power cameras for 20 to 40 bucks. I've seen them for pretty cheap. Go with name brand. Go with something like DB Power or Ape Man, because those will actually be genuinely decent quality cameras. Some of the cheap no-name cameras are just garbage. Like, they're not even worth the pictures they take. But DB Power and Ape Man are two good brands that I know are pretty good. This is one of those cameras I got for like $20, $25, something. It was like they were clearing out like an old model or something like that. You guys bought a whole bunch of them. But I don't know if these have time lapse or not. Let's find out. It says it'll do 4K 30 frames per second. Hello. Nice case. Wow. That's actually a pretty decent waterproof case. And the nice thing about these is they also have a screen on the back, which is really nice. We do have a battery in here. Do not know if it has a charge. Looks like no charge. A lot of the times these come with a second battery. Oh, the other nice thing about the DB Power ones is they come with a little remote control wristband, so you can turn the camera on and off. Yes, there is a second battery. Oh, they're very tiny. Yeah, they're incredibly tiny nowadays. The technology that you can fit in these things, and this is actually big. This is considered big. I have cameras that are much smaller. No, my primary studio will always be here in the house. That's going to be a workshop where I'll put all of the stuff that I'm not currently working on live. I mean, we'll probably do videos out there, but my workshop is always going to be here. There it goes. There we go. We got power. So, is this a touchscreen? Here we go. Video, still, playback, setup. Video. Time-lapse interval. Video file length and time-lapse interval. So yeah, these will do time-lapse. So if you get a DB power, camera, it'll do time-lapse. So yeah, they're pretty neat. But you want a cheap option just to do it right now and it's super easy to use? Get a Wise camera. 25 bucks. Nice little frame too. I like that. Gives you backwards compatibility with GoPro. Nice. Actually, somebody's been bugging me to set up time-lapse, so let's get this thing charging. No, I don't use Octoprint because it's just not very convenient for me. Number one, I hate the interface. It's slow, it's annoying, it's cumbersome, and I have 100 printers. I can't afford that. What the hell? Oh, there it is. Okay. I thought it was a micro USB, but it came with a mini A. All right, there we go. We'll get that charged up. I'll get the second battery charged up too. I have like 6 of these, so I probably should see if I can get like an external battery charger for them. But it says genuine 4K at 30 frames per second. Nice. Yeah, nice unit. This is the D5. All right, porn time. Can't forget the porn. Ready? Oh, yeah. That was smooth. Okay. I think we're done. I think it's ready. Just got to put a spool holder on it. Oh, really? I thought I got rid of them. Yeah, I got rid of it. Charlie and Emily. Charlotte and Emily. I burned them. I like playing with trolls. Trolls can be fun sometimes, but bots aren't fun. They're just bots. How do I want to do this? I guess I really want to do it like this. I think there's enough room to put it on the inside. No, there isn't. Maybe out here there's enough room, but I have my wires in these channels out here. Looks like I'm going to have to snip these off. I need these wires to be in this other channel here, because I need to put the spool holder in this channel. But I think I remembered I can do this. if I remember right, I can get away with this. Oh, maybe not. This might not work. Seriously? Okay. Yeah, I think this is not going to work. Yeah, it sticks in the way. Damn it. I was hoping that would work. It is a no-go. It has to go on the outside. That also means that you have to push the wires on the inside, otherwise they jam up on the spool. Ava and Amelia, yeah, they're really going to town, aren't they? Do a search for Creality spool cap, or just Creality spool. That might have all the parts in there, I don't know. Okay. There we go. Now it's important to make sure that this does not get jammed up in the filament path, so you need to make sure it's behind here, and I even like to go so far as to attach it. So I'll actually attach it to the spool holder here to try to encourage it to stay out of the way. So you need to make sure this can slide fully back and forth, but also stay out of the way of your spool. So that works right there. So we should be good to go. I think we are. I don't want to use white filament, plus I saved that for my Easy 3 X1. So let's get something else. Oh, wait a minute. I got some stuff over here. Where's the purple? Where is the purple? Where is the pulsating purple? There it is. Ooh. Almost tipped over the chair. Yeah. Pulsating plasma purple. Uh-oh. It was loose. No, it's not. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'll show you that. That's one of the projects my Chiron's been chewing on. Whoa. Oh, I guess I do need two. Ruh-roh. I don't have two. But I might have a second hammer nut. I did see a hammer nut down here. Yeah, there's a hammer nut. Yeah. Uh-oh, wrong size. Yep, wrong size. That is this size. It's not going to tighten up, but it should be enough to allow me to, if I can get it in there without taking it apart. But I really don't want to take it off. I'm lazy. So if I stick this in here, with one of these in here, I should be able to push it up. Yeah. Where's the goddamn hole? Seriously? Come on. Seriously? Just go in the hole. I gotta take it apart. What a drag. This you can use one, this needs two. Okay. What do I do with it? Where'd it go? It's still in the channel. Of course it is. Okay. And I don't have any other short ones? No. Although, a couple washers will help. I have a use for the washers. If these will fit. Yes, they will. I put a couple of these washers on here. That'll make it an 8mm. I think chain drags are good if used in the right environment and designed correctly. Designed incorrectly, used in the wrong environment, they will destroy your wiring. So they have their place, and it's a valid place. I think most of us don't really need it. I think it's one of those nice but not necessary kind of things for most of us. Now, the bigger your printer, the more you might find a valid use for them. There we go. So in a pinch, you can use an M410 and two washers for hammer nuts. In a pinch. There we go. We are good. There is a little play in your spool holder, and I like to tilt it up a little bit so that it doesn't tilt down when you put the weight on it. Not a huge deal, but, you know, little creature comfort kind of thing. we go. That keeps that out of the way of the spool. I guess I better straighten that out. There we go. All right, we're loaded. All right, Edgewood Tech, thank you. You have a good day. No, 46 hours is not long. I've done 200 to 300 hour prints. Hey, Stefan from CNC Kitchen. He's going to be on Edge of Tech Sunday morning. So if you guys want to see Edge of Tech and Stefan from CNC Kitchen, check them out. That's another channel you should subscribe to. You know, Edge of Tech, Maker's Muse, 3D Printing Nerd, Perfect Printing. What's the other one? Devin Montez. Make Anything, good channel. Stefan from CNC Kitchen, excellent channel. He is awesome. I love his accent too. He just sounds funny. Okay. I think we're ready for power up. It didn't blow up. That's a start. Design prototype test. He's another good one. And I have temperatures from both thermistors, so I think we're okay on that regard. Let's slice a Marvin. Apparently the newer cure is a little more accurate, but Simplify 3D does the same thing. It's always about 20 to 30% off. Oh, this has adjustable end stop. That's a nice addition. I don't remember that being there. Okay. First, let's tighten the bed down a little bit. I want these springs nice and tight. Actually, I got some upgrades for this. I got goodies. We have a sock. Does that have a sock on it already? Yeah, it already has a sock. Oh my God. Do you know what I have hundreds of in this bag? Those goddamn little needles I was looking for. I got hundreds of them. Literally. I got hundreds of them. And each of them's got like 10. The little needles I was looking for. Oh my god. The sock, it creates thermal mass. So it takes a little longer to heat up, but it also is more resistant to cooling down because you're insulating your hot end. And more importantly, it reduces the effect of the air from your two fans blowing over your hot end. So your hot end doesn't have to cycle so much. Aluminum, baby. The Creality, months and months and months ago, I posted it for you guys back then. Creality had this sale where you can get nozzles, socks, with cleaning things, and these for like $3. So I bought like 20 sets or 10 sets or whatever the maximum was. So this printer doesn't move the bed back and forth, so it's okay if you put heavy wheels on it. And they're very nice. So yeah, we're going to upgrade these. If they fit. Yes. Nice. Now we got some nice pretty aluminum wheels to put on here. Hello, killer. Well, you're not a killer yet. You're a hunter, but you're not a killer. I gotta figure out how to teach him how to kill. I keep hoping he'll accidentally bite too hard and he'll taste the blood and decide he likes it. Because then he'll actually hunt them down and eat them. That's what I need him to do. I need him to actually eat them.
I'm running when that happens.
I don't think it's a matter of him killing because he's hungry. I think it's a matter of that he doesn't recognize the mouse as food. He doesn't see the mouse as food because food comes in a bowl. So I think even starving, he wouldn't eat a mouse because he just doesn't know. He doesn't realize. He has the instinct to hunt it, but the kill to eat instinct is broken from domestication. That instinct got broken. That's why some cats will play with the mouse but not eat it because they don't realize they're supposed to eat it. See you scare him? You want the zip tie? Every now and then I'll give him a 3D print to play with, a solid one that he's not going to choke on because he loves playing with stuff. He's my little weirdo. Well, remember, I'm mountain environment. I'm high altitude arid, so not quite desert. And yes, there are lots of mice in the desert. Oh, those are beautiful. Okay, now let's bring this down as low as possible. That might not be low enough. I might have to put a different thread on there. Let's double check these and make sure they're tight. Every now and then I've gotten a printer where these are loose. That has to be the right one. No, it's not. Okay. It is that one. Okay. That one's tight. And that one's tight. Good. Well, I want to bring the bed as tight as possible because the tighter the bed is, the less likely you are to have to adjust your bed level. You see, I'm still a bit away from the bed, which means I want to use something. I need to adjust that if I can. I don't think I can. I do not think it is that adjustable. Which means I'm going to have to bring the bed up. Darn it. I was hoping not to. Well, not that much. Okay. Let's try it again. We're pretty close now. There we go. Close. And I do like the fact that the Ender 5 allows you to disable X and Y without disabling Z. Now, of course, when you adjust the bed level on a printer like this, you gotta give the bed a little wrap. Make sure the bed is settled down into its natural position because you're moving the bed when you turn the wheel. Yeah, a while ago, Creality, like 3 or 4 months ago, Creality had a sale on these new parts you can buy from them. And it was like a $3 kit. And it came with a set of the aluminum wheels, nozzles, socks, and the little acupuncture needles. So I bought like 10 or 12, whatever the maximum was. So I got a whole bunch of them. I especially love the aluminum wheels. They're nice. He's not getting those. I'll put these on it when I give it to him. Maybe I'll give them to him. All right. Remember, give it a tap. Make sure the bed is actually in its rest position. It should be good. Wonder why it doesn't heat up the bed. The preheat function doesn't heat the bed anymore. There we go. Both temperatures are climbing. Hey, Ruby Raptor. Yeah, the Alien 3D has some amazing filament. The Knights War Red is out of this freaking world. And then there's also this one. Where'd it go? There. You also have Saturn's rings, translucent gold. That's a beautiful one too. That's Filament 1's glint gray. He's got some killer filament. He needs to do a glitter green. Yeah, this in green would be nice. Let's find out. We are up to temperature already. That was fast. That was very fast. Come on, Thingiverse. There you go. It says fitting as original replacement, so that might be. That certainly looks like it'll work. Yeah, I want to download that. And I can cheat. I got a resin printer. I could spit out like 8 of those knobs in like 12 minutes. If that. Yeah, that looks like the right part. Hell yeah, I'm going to print that. Thank you. How do I know? Let's see. Control. Main. Prepare. I don't know. Info? No. Yeah, there's no option determined to see it on the screen, so I have no idea what it's running. I got 4 resin printers. Soon to be 5. Yeah, I got the Anycubic, the Mars, the FL Sun S, the Creality, and the Sonic. I got 5. I should have 6 soon. Hopefully, Anycubic will send me the new Photon Zero as well. Oh. Ender. Nope, doesn't show it on startup anymore. Push out whatever was in there. Alrighty. Google Drive. 3D printing. Test prints. Bed leveling Marvin. And it's free. Bed leveling Marvin. We have a cat, a dog, and a pig. Now we have a Marvin. Let's see what these look like. What does the cat look like? Oh, it's our standard kitty cat. They put the kitty cat back on. That makes me happy. No. The Creality printer, the screen died. They sent me a replacement. I installed it. No problem. Only when my victims are suffering. If my victims aren't suffering, I'm not happy. It is good to know. Happy victims. All right, these wires all look good. I'm going to bundle these up a little bit. No, I want my victims to suffer. And now I'm watching it print a line, and I'm adjusting the bed level as necessary. So that I get a nice firm first layer. Looks good. Be careful touching the bed on this printer, to check your first layer because you don't want to push down on the bed. Looks good. Let's crank up the speed. Usually, yes. Usually, nothing sticks to glass unless it's hot. I just haven't posted a video recently. When I got sick, I kind of just stopped making videos for it because I was sick as a freaking dog. Yes, that would be nice to add a second one of these modules. But that would also be a little difficult. I guess they could shift this back. Pretty much, yes. The math was pretty simple. The math was really simple. The rental truck was $4,000. The bus to own it outright was $2,800. That was some easy math. No, there's not a lot of mass moving along Y. There's almost no mass moving along Y. The Y-axis, the only mass you're moving is the motor, the RARM, and the hot end. While with a regular printer, you're moving the entire bed. So the whole bed is a whole lot heavier than just this arm and one motor. Because remember, in the other one, you got to move that entire aluminum bed, carriage, everything, and whatever you print on top of it. Oh, I'll never take that bus back to PA. it was like $2,000 in gas. Oh, to Core XY, yes. But this is very simple. And, you know, this is basically an Ender 3 in a box frame. Giant cat bus. Oh, that'd be awesome. I love the cat bus. Not really. The tags are $41 per year, and insurance is $20 a year. It's nothing. It costs me $60 a year, and I own the bus. I would have to keep that bus for longer than my expected lifespan in order for it to cost more than the rental truck. That's not the Ender 5 Pro. That's the Ender 5 Plus. The Ender 5 Pro is this printer with the quiet board and whatnot on it, and the metal extruder and stuff like that. The Ender 5 Plus is the one that's bigger. Well, I don't have the, okay. It's like, you see the light at the end of the tunnel. Well, back in PA, there was no light. It was just darkness. It was just wondering, when is the misery going to end and when is life going to crush me? Literally. Because my projected lifespan right now is 5 to 10 years. My projected lifespan, if I successfully get rid of this weight, is 20 to 30 years. So I could live 30 more years if I get rid of this weight. 75 years old is reasonable. I could live longer, but, we're going by best, prediction here. If I don't get rid of this weight, 5 or 10 years. Yeah, mark the side of the bus with an Ender stamp each time he kills a mouse. Yeah, it was a train getting ready to bulldoze me. The light scared me. But now, I'm free of all that. It's not great. I got to buy, $15 of kerosene a day to heat the house when it's cold. And, the hot water doesn't work. I haven't had a shower in 2 weeks. I wash in the kitchen sink because I bought a small water heater for the kitchen sink. And so I got to figure out how to fix the water heater. I'm out of money, so I can't pay somebody to come out and do it. Well, I'm figuring my projected lifespan, if I get rid of the weight, is 70 to 80 years old, in theory. But that's only if I get rid of the weight. Anything past 80 is a crapshoot, so. I don't know, German Nerd. I haven't played with it. I haven't gotten around to it. I ordered the angle elbow for the vent. It's out of stock, so I'm waiting for it to come in. Probably just going to have somebody make me a pipe for it. Because I'm putting the stove catty corner. So it's where's my pad? Where'd my pad of paper go? There it is. So the parts that come with the stove were made for the stove to mount like this against the wall. But I'm installing my stove in a corner like this. So I need a 45 elbow. To allow the pipe to then go straight out of the house. Because once you get out of the house, the pipe has to go up so that the, what do you call it? Hot air rises, creates a draft. so the fumes don't fill your house. How much is a quote for a 40-gallon put on your place installed through Amazon? I don't know. To pay someone to come out and do something with the water heater, it's $107 just for them to come out here. That doesn't include doing anything. That's just for them to show up at my door. So I got to try to do it myself. I've heard the opposite. I've heard pellet stoves are very clean. They burn at very high temperature and there's almost no ash. The advantage is they're almost as cheap as natural gas. About about $500 in pellets will heat this house for the entire winter. Versus $400 per month for kerosene, plus another $200 in electricity. So that's $600 a month to heat it the way I'm doing it now. You want to leave? It's $107. Now, I do know a lot of people make the mistake of using hardwood pellets in a pellet stove, which can be dirtier. Pellet stoves, because of the way they work, are the opposite. You actually want to use softwood pellets, not hardwood pellets, because you'll have more ash left over if you use hardwood pellets. Yes, I've already lost 40 pounds. Yeah, I'm 40 pounds lighter than when I was in Pennsylvania. So that makes me really happy. Especially once I get on that bike come spring. Oh, yeah. I'm going to burn this fucking weight. Because I'm dead. I'm a dead man if I don't get rid of this weight. I mean, and Michelle's doing excellent. She's also lost, I think, a little over 40 pounds. So, and we haven't even changed our diet. We've changed nothing. I got chocolate milk in the fridge. It's just, I think, just the reduction in stress. Just there's a lot of things here that are stressing. The water heater issues, the grounds issues, and the car issues, and I got issues here. A lot of issues that I have to fix. Cleaning up this pile of shit right here. Dealing with things breaking in the house because it's a cheap house. But you know something? I love these issues. I'm happy to have these issues and stresses because these are normal human stresses, not the ridiculous, inhuman bullshit I was dealing with back in Pennsylvania and Jersey. I can deal with this stuff. These things here are quantitative values. I can quantify them, I can measure them, and I can prepare solutions for them. It's a little tough right now because I still have $6,000 in credit card debt, paying for the move out here. And so I got to pay that off on, less than $1,000 a month. That's going to be tough, but it's doable. As long as I'm careful, it's doable. I mean, I'm going to Narcon next weekend. Not this weekend, next weekend. In Tucson, Arizona. It's only a 7-hour drive away. I've never been to Narcon. I've always wanted to go to a Narcon. It's like a 3-day, it's like a MRF for rocketry. It's a technical conference for rocketry. I can afford to drive. Oh, I tell her all the time that you guys always cheer her on. Because it really, I'm so thrilled she's losing weight. It's wonderful. I can afford to drive. It's only a 7-hour drive, so it's not going to be that much gas. Maybe $100 in gas for round trip. What I can't afford is the hotel room. So this guy actually said, "Hey, you design this stuff for me, and I'll pay for your hotel room." So basically, that was my first commission job for 3D design. You have a great week, 3D Jimmy. Thank you. And I'll hit you up later, maybe for, maybe in a month or so, a couple months, whatever, whenever we're both free. Maybe do a little bit of that Fusion 360 training. Oh, they're still there. There's 3 boxes. I have a lot of cereal. I have probably the equivalent of 40 or 50 boxes of cereal. Because back home, I would get cereal for $1 a box, 2 for $1. Like I got the big family-sized chocolate Cheerios, 2 for $1. So I bought like 10. It's all sealed up. I need to lose another 200. I'm still 200 pounds overweight. Oh, I am. Oh, absolutely. I told him I'd bring a resin. I'll probably bring this one here. I think I have 4 of these. I think I have 4 Ender 5s. No, 3 Ender 5s. If I had the money, I'd get another one just because the Ender 5 is just such a nice machine. I plan to modify it to put the screen. I actually don't need to because that's the same width as the spool holder. No, not really. I'm rural, so I live out in the middle of nowhere where I'm not likely to encounter the coronavirus. And I have gas masks. Nice. I have that Wanhouse CR10 variant. I have that when it was on sale for like $130. Yeah, I grabbed one. It's their 300 by 300 by 400 printer. I was like, I couldn't pass that up for that price. Oh, that'd be good. Hey, Don. You'll probably have to remind me of that about 10 more times in the next couple months. I'm very bad about that. Hell yes, that's a good deal. Holy shit. That's cheaper than a regular Ender 5. This is $350. $275? If that's legit, grab it. Don't hesitate. Yeah, going price for the Ender 5 Pro is $439. So, yes, get that. Is that where are you seeing that for that price? Because I'll buy one right now for $275. I have a credit card. You know, I shouldn't be using it, but an Ender 5 Pro for $275. Yeah, I'll take that right now. Looking good so far. We're about halfway done. Yep, 48%. I can't afford that. Remember, my hobby has to make me money. So if I buy that printer, I got to make videos about it so I can make money. My go-to filament as a beginner is Esun PLA Plus. It's about $24 a roll on Amazon, and you want to get the Plus version. It's unusually strong and it's unusually resilient to abuse. So if you print a little too cold, a little too hot, a little too fast, a little too slow, you're over extruding, you're under extruding, the filament is very resilient to being abused. So it's very good for beginners, and it extrudes like cream cheese. It comes out of the nozzle so clean. This is from Alien 3D, the guy who does the filament box. He does the filament box that comes with the project. Link for this is down below as well. This is a little bit more of an expensive box, but each box comes with a project, which is really cool. Any candy in this one? Or did I already eat it? Like, for example, this one here came with, I already used one of the samples, so it's already been used. And it also came with a bottle of PET glue. And it came with all the parts necessary to make a snow globe. Woo! Andy's chocolate. I love when they come with yummies. This is from Alien 3D, and it's called Pulsating Purple. It's basically a transparent, rough purple with glitter. I love Andy's chocolate. He does have a cheaper one that doesn't come with the project. So it's like $20, $24. Trump prays it's going to be gone by April because it's going to hurt the markets. Everybody's getting freaked out by it. Yeah, I'm still waiting for that. Is that like a used one-off deal, or is that available? Because I have credit cards. And this one says, buy me an Ender 5 Pro for $275. That really is a good deal. I haven't been able to get Creality to send me one. Yeah, the shipping's going to hurt if you're out of the U.S. That's going to hurt a lot. Yes, I have a roll. It's out in the minivan. I've got to get it out because I only have one roll. And they're pretty expensive to get. I've been saving it for something special, and I finally figured out what that something special is. I'm going to print one of these babies in Wizard's Voodoo. Yeah. That rocket screams, print me in Voodoo. I have a link in my description, and it's not even a kilogram. It's 750 grams. I have a link in my description where the filament boxes are for MakerBox and for Alien 3D. I get a $5 credit if you guys use those, if you sign up for that box. I think Alien, we both get a $5 credit. And with basically I get a discount on my box. So instead of paying $36, I would pay $31 if one of you bought, signed on to them. There's a third link. I don't get credit for it, but it's okay. There's a third link with the MakerBox and the Alien 3D box. I don't know if he's still doing it. It's a guy in Europe who's doing a MakerBox. So that might be cheaper for you if you're in Europe because your shipping will be a lot cheaper. That's it. Scalda in the UK. He's the one. There's a link down below in my description for you European guys. Click on that link and it should take you to the right place, I hope. Let me know if it doesn't. But there is a European guy who's doing MakerBoxes. Yes, that rocket's in vase mode. Oh no! Now I have to do a rocket in candy apple red. Oh, that would look amazing. Oh my God, that would look so good. Oh. And they're filling it so expensive. Although, I do have a sample of that cherry red. I wonder if that's enough to do it. This is that cherry pie red from Protopasta. I wonder if that would be enough to do a rocket. It might be. It's a pretty big sample. Another advantage of vase mode. It doesn't take a whole lot of filament. Protopasta is good stuff. It's so expensive, though, but it's so good. Their colors are out of this world. Yeah, that's what I'll have to do. Weigh it. Well, the slicer will tell me. That's actually a pretty good deal too. Where is it for? Where do you see it for $287? So where is my? I don't even know where it's at. I'll have to find it later. Was that like a refurb? Was it eBay? Or from Creality's actual site? eBay. I have an eBay link down below. So if you get the number, the auction number, and paste it in here, then people can copy that number, click on my eBay link, and then paste that number into the search, and then I get credit. $287 is a good deal. That's a fantastic deal for this machine. Oh, that's a tough one. The Sapphire Pro is a Core XY, and it probably has slightly better precision than this machine, but not by much. That's a hard one. I'd probably go with the Ender 5, bigger build volume. Bigger build volume, stronger frame. Yeah, but then you have to wait for China shipping. And I have a Banggood link down below. So if you're in Europe and you're going to order from Banggood, there you go. See you later, Roy Raptor. Well, this has a little more Z. It's the same 220 by 220, but it's got 300 on Z, which is just really nice. It's nice to have. Your CR10S is going to give you 3 by 3 by 4, decimeters. So 300 by 300 by 400. Scroll down more. It's there. Let me see if I can find it. Ender 5 Creality. There it is. I got it. Hang on a second. I'll get you the number. If you go down to where it says description, shipping, and payments, then on the right-hand side, it says report item. And then right below that, it says eBay item number. And then this is the item number. So if you guys go to the video description, click on my eBay link, and then paste that in, it'll bring the listing right up. It's not much faster. You're going to run into a processing limit before you get too much more speed. But yes, it will be faster than this. It will be a little bit faster. And I think it does have... It's not as turnkey as this printer. This printer is more turnkey. You just click and go. Sapphire, you gotta tweak a couple things as you build it and stuff like that. Not much. You can watch my video and see the small issues I had. But it does have the advantage of higher precision. My two Sapphires are the printers where I do my multicolor prints. So that's the ones where I do this kind of stuff. This is multi-G-code multicolor. So it's separate G-code files, and it rehomes in between each print. So it's that precise. And this is all flat. This is not one color on top of another. So that's something that I'm able to successfully do with the Sapphire. If you're going to go to Amazon or Banggood or AliExpress or GearBest, if you don't mind, use my links in the description when you buy it, and then I get a commission. That is how I earn 100% of my income on this channel. Well, I'll give you guys a report update. I make about 80 to 100 bucks a month on AdSense. That's the YouTube income. I make about 330 to 340 a month from Patreon. And then like this month right now, I'm looking at $453 from Amazon. So it's pretty bad this month. But I should still get about 800 bucks. I know, but there's firmware issues, or it doesn't quite work as smoothly as it should. What? You send me 50 bucks and I'll say it twice. PayPal link in the description. That's just how they list it, I guess. And is this actually Creality? I don't think so. No, this is not actually Creality. It's a Creality printer, but it's not being sold by Creality. It's being sold by someone else. It'd be like me listing Ender 5 on eBay. But the person said they purchased from this person before and had no problems. Oh, didn't he say it was in, yeah, this is in New Jersey, Dayton, New Jersey. I've bought from this person too. Actually, this might be where I bought this. Because I bought it off eBay from a seller in New Jersey. It might be the same person I bought this from. So, does he have any more S5s and how much? Because I could use another S5. Although I can't spend the money right now. Uh-oh. Do I have a nosebleed? No, no nosebleed. Nope, just the Ender 5 and some Ender 3s. And a 3X and a 10S Pro. $600, so that's a lot. Ender 3 Pro, 304. Hey, Niels, thank you for letting me know on Patreon. I appreciate it. I don't know if you're listening, but I appreciate it, and good luck in your future endeavors. Is that the same person? No. Well, Anthony sent me $2, so I'll send him a yeet. Thank you, Anthony. I got a big nose, so I just stuck it barely in there. I had to touch the top to see if there was any blood, because otherwise I'll destroy another shirt. I get random nosebleeds. $625 is not bad. I paid that for a used one. I bought it in Philadelphia off a guy used for $600. So $625 is nice. Good deal. Throw a 1.2 millimeter nozzle on there and just go to town. Oh, that's awesome. I'll put Marlin 2 on my Sapphire Pro. Actually, I've gotten less nosebleeds here in New Mexico than I did in Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, it was like twice a week. I'd wake up to a little pool of blood on my pillow, or I'd be sitting there at the table doing something, and I'd feel something warm drip down my mouth. I'd be like, oh, shit! And I'd miss it, of course, and get blood on my shirt. And So every now and then you'll see me with a piece of tissue stuffed in my nose, stopping the bleed. Yes, please. Send a link to either my Twitter or my email. We're getting done here, and it looks freaking nice. I always forget that the Ender 5 prints backwards. I think I have to flip Y to make it print facing this way. Yeah, tampons work too. Yeah, a little piece of tissue paper works really well. Yes, that works. I appreciate that. Thank you. Is there Sapphire Pro firmware ready to go from Rowan 2 where I can just hit upload? I have no idea if that's even possible. It's been a long time since I've tried to put firmware on a printer. Where is my pen? There it is. I'm writing your handle down because I'll never remember it. Actually, there's part of the problem is that when I get a nosebleed, I have to not stuff it. I have to blow my nose first to get the snot out because otherwise the snot will prevent the napkin from actually touching the bleeder and stop it from bleeding. And it just pulls up blood inside my nose until I pull it out like. So I gotta blow my nose first and then stuff it. I know some printers you can put the file on the SD card, stick it in, and you're good. And it loads. I thought they added support for that in Marlin 2.0. I'm not sure. Because I'm leery of walking my viewers through customizing firmware because you can break the printer that way. I mean, I guess you could just reflash it again. I guess it's not permanent. Oh, blood thinner? Yeah, I figure it depends on the board. All right, we are now printing the keychain, and the keychain looks good. It looks very good, actually. Holy crap. That's a clean print. I forgot how good Ender 5's print. I love my Ender 5. Because the model doesn't move, and only the head is moving, and the head is lighter, I think the Ender 5 actually has slightly better print quality than the Ender 3. Oh, I got to remove my move the bed command, too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, now this is the kind of quality you want. This is why you buy a freaking Ender 5, man. The quality is just out of this world. Thank you, Alexander. Look at that. There isn't a single wisp on there. I didn't even align the Z seam. No droopy butt. No dingleberries. Look at that. Now, this is a little hard to see quality because the glitter transparent filament hides it, but you can still see just how nice that print is. This is why I tell people your first printer or you want a second printer, get an Ender 5. It just works so damned well. This is Alien 3D's purple, pulsating purple. Look how crisp. No ringing, no shadows. no ghosting. See there, you'd have ghosting. You'd see the ghost from this ring here over here. I believe Dremel 3D printers are based on FlashForge, so they're probably actually halfway decent printers. Because the FlashForge Guider 2 I have is amazing. I tell people if money is no object and you just want a turnkey, and I mean very close to turnkey, ABS enclosure capable 3D printer, buy a FlashForge Guider 2. It's got a giant 300mm cube build volume. It's fully enclosed, so it'll print ABS, no problem. I printed a DNA double helix with that 100mm bridge in open air between the two helixes. ABS, no problem. It just ate it up like it was nothing. Yeah, it's not cheap. It's a $1,500 printer, but the thing is virtually turnkey. I mean, it's like buying a MakerBot that doesn't suck. I mean, they really did a nice job on that printer. You know, it's not quiet, it's not small. The thing is a bitch to pick up. It's heavy, but it's a monster. It's a good machine. This will give you better print quality, but that will give you better print versatility. Ender 5 Pro, same as this, 220 by 220 by 300. The larger one is the Ender 5 Plus, which I think is 450, I think. Go ahead. John asked if you could send me some links. Go ahead, send them to me. Oh, is it 350, 350, 400? I still can't believe that muscle rack cart was only $27. I mean, that's just so cheap for a metal cart. I knew one of the dimensions was 400. No, send them to me by email. It'd be a pain in the butt in chat because I have to copy each one and paste. While in email, I can just click, click, click. The Tronxy machines, those are good if you want the base frame and then you want to do all the modding and upgrading and tweaking and tuning. They're probably good for getting all the hardware, the basic hardware. Especially if you already have a lot of parts, so you don't really need to buy a whole lot to do the upgrading. Like, for example, I have plenty of hot ends, I have plenty of fans, I have plenty of feeder units, I have a couple extra stepper motors, you know, I have PTFE tube, and I have these knobs, I have all this stuff. So for me, I could get a printer like that, and I wouldn't have to buy anything to upgrade all the parts that need upgrading. But if you have to buy everything, it can get a little expensive. I'm surprised Marlin 2 is not already on the Ender 5. Oh, you got to invert it because this here is the normal home position for most 3D printers. But with this printer, the home is in the back right-hand corner. So I don't know how to do that, but I know that's a pretty easy flip switch. You're basically just flipping X and Y. So I don't know exactly what you have to change, but I know it's not difficult or complicated. And I didn't need it, of course, but I could, of course, just pop that bed off, and that's the advantage of the Wham Bam. And if you want a cheaper version of Wham Bam, or if you want a size that Wham Bam doesn't have, check out TH3D. He also has flex plates, and I have a link down below for him as well. I finally have an affiliate account there, too. Exactly. You just have to tell it to set the home position over here. He's talking about putting firmware on it, so in Marlin. That is a fantastic print. I got to print a nose cone. I need to print a nose cone. I want to see what one of my nose cone looks like in pulsating purple. Because I think it's going to look sexy as shit. Okay. Get rid of you. I saw a question. Hang on. No. Well, yes and no. You can put acrylic on the back and you can put acrylic on the front, but you can't put acrylic on the sides. Actually, I stand corrected. Yes, you can. You'll have to put the acrylic inside the rails. Okay? You can't put it on the outside because that's where the kinematics are. Okay? The rollers are on the outside of this rail. So you can't just slap sides on it. But you could put them inside. You would need a hole for the spool holder and your wiring and a cutout for your stepper motor here. Although you could move that stepper motor, print a mount and move that stepper motor outside. You could do that too. But you could put a panel inside of this here. And you could do the same thing on the back and the same thing on the left side. And then the front, you could just have a door with cutouts for these corners here. And we can have that open. So yes, you could do that. Now the problem is the most important part of an enclosure for heat retention is the top. And that you can't do. Your top would have to go around this and then come in and attach to your sides. So your top would have to come out like this and go over. Because this has to be able to move front to back for your printer to work properly. So your enclosure would need to encompass that movement. I'm so fat because I put too much fucking food down my throat. That's why I'm fat. I mean, short of the 1% of the population that has a thyroid issue or some kind of other medical problem, people are fat because we stuff our mouths with too much goddamn food. If you eat more calories than you burn per day, you're going to shit it out or you're going to store it. All right, so you eat too much food, you get fat. Let me get this file sliced. File, new, file, open, recent factory file? No, I want to do, let's see, do I have an Ender 5 profile on here? Yes. Yes. 0.4, 0.92, 0.4. Actually, we're going to go 1.4 on the extrusion multiplier because I want the nose cone to be sturdy. 7 is good. We're going to go to 0.24 for layer height. We are going to go to vase mode because I designed it for that. We're going to do a 10 millimeter 3 circumference brim because it's a small part. Infill's irrelevant. Heat bed, I think 50 should be plenty. Extruder, we're going to do 220 because I'm printing a thick extrusion of filament. Cooling 100% at layer 3. G-code, leave that alone. Script, leave that alone. Speed, 50 millimeters per second should be okay. Other, advanced, leave all this alone. Allow single, allow fill, 50% overlap. That should be good. Now let's get our files. Orange Crush. Orange Crush nose. I do want to shrink that to actually, let me download the new version. Did I miss any chat? I'm not in the mood. See you later, dude. Well, if it was a legitimate question, it's a legitimate answer. He's just being a dick, so he's gone. Yeah, being fat affects your ability to get a hard-on. I haven't had a solid hard-on in 10 years. It gets up. It's not hard. That's TMI. Let's see here. I need to bring up Tinkercad and re-download that file because I got to adjust it. It's too big. Let's see, Orange Crush. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, load. Thank you. Taking too long. Rawr. We're going to separate this. We're going to make this bad boy a little smaller. 40.35 should do it. Now I have to recenter it since I changed the size. Fix it there. There we go. Solidify. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. Export. I already have it set to save as nose. Save it. And that is number 1. Bring that into Simplify 3D. Alrighty, that should work. Tools, variable. I do need to change back to infill up here. Add, split process. Change to perimeters. Two perimeters. Infill, 25% should be fine. Process. That looks good. I can move that up. That's too low. I want to be right around layer 630. So we're going to up this to 140. And make this 140. I'm going to go 145. I'm adjusting my multi-process parameters. The nose cone, you can't actually print vase mode all the way to the tip because your horizontal translation becomes too great, and so it stops sticking properly. So at the very tip of the nose cone, I have to switch back to perimeters with infill. That looks good. My computer, removable disc, orange crush nose cone. Okay. Not directly. There's no easy way to do that, but I do use the bus as part of my compound, so to speak. Like right now, you know, in the back, I have the I have the house, then I have my concrete pad, then I have my Connex containers. Well, I park the bus right here. So I park the bus just like that. And what that does is it blocks some of that wind from blowing through this area. And then I'm going to build a shed on this end So I'll have a 4-way enclosed concrete pad in the back here. And that also, the bus also that protects the doors on the Connex container. So it's a little more difficult for people to sneak in there and open them. In fact, once I have a regular door going into the Connex container, I'm going to park the bus right next to the Connex container so you can't open those doors. Yeah, I have my little courtyard out back. If you watch my drone video on my lifeofnerds.com channel, you'll see what I'm talking about. Eventually, I'm going to put 4x4 posts up with a couple of beams, and I have a big 20x30 canvas canopy that I can put up. It's called a sun sail, and that will give me some shade from the sun. Hey, Kevin Smith. That's one of the reasons I had access to a little bit of funding when I got here. I could have paid off the credit cards, but I decided I was better off putting some infrastructure into the house because I never could do it again. Yes, the print came out fantastic. Absolutely a perfect Marvin. Now it's hard to see imperfections on prints like this because of the glitter filament, but I can't find one single flaw anywhere in this print. It's virtually perfect. Now we're printing a nose cone. We're going to print a taller one of these. Well, we won't be here for the whole print because I got to leave at 4. But a taller one of these in the pulsating purple. Just because I think that'd be cool as shit. Bite me. I have my own troll living in my house. My sister lives in her little troll hole over there. And if any of you misbehave, I'm going to stick you in there with her and she's going to eat you. Yeah. Check my email. Hey, we got a PayPal. Emery Calame. Holy living shit. Emery, that's extremely generous. Oh my God, $150. Holy shit, you just increased my monthly income 20% this month. Thank you. Wow.
We all thank you.
And my sister thanks you too. Holy crap, that is extremely generous. Damn. Thank you. Very, very generous. I appreciate that. Jeez. Some people are just very generous, Michelle. They have the means and they don't mind, sharing it. And some people, I tell people this channel is like PBS. We're self-funded. So, wow. Thank you very much. I appreciate that so much. Well, that's the idea, Michelle. If you provide people with content they want, hopefully it works out. She's been generous before, so that's probably legit. Well, I do now have a PO box. So if you guys want, a maker coin, or if you want actually, if I gotta find them, but I have stickers. Okay, I gotta find them again. Or if you want a sticker, or if you want like a little print, something I can stick in an envelope, just send me a sassy. Send me a self-addressed stamped envelope. Put 2 stamps on it. Just if you want like a print or a maker coin, put 2 stamps on it. Otherwise, one's enough. It's right in the description of the video. It's the very top, PO Box 842, I believe, Edgewood, New Mexico. General Tools 478 Triangle Scraper. I never heard of it. Let's find out.
You're a bad daddy.
Good flick, Michelle. Good flick.
What?
Give it a good flick.
I'm going out.
Oh, wow. That's interesting looking. I wonder if that'll work better for outside edges. See, here's one of the problems. Maybe you guys can help me with this. So, the link is down below, of course. I have one of these deburring tools, which are amazing. They are just freaking amazing. So the way this works, actually, that's not going to work on that. Oh, I need something that'll work on. Okay. So this deburring tool is fantastic for doing inside edges. I can just run this along the inside here, and it just works so well for cleaning up the inside edge of something. But here's the problem. You can't use it really well for the outside edge. It just doesn't work. It wants to dig in, and there's no way to get it to smoothly run along the outside edge of a circle. Any suggestions for a deburring tool that works on an outside circumference instead of an inside circumference? I have not figured out a good way. The only way I have right now to do it is actually to use my chisel. What I do is I take my chisel like this, and I just do this. And I just keep running my chisel around the outside edge like this. It takes a while, but it's safe because I'm holding it like this, so I'm not hurting myself.
Hi, guys.
But Michelle's got the kitties. That kitty is done for. You're trapped now, kitty.
He loves his mommy. He loves his mommy.
Can't use soldering iron. That won't work. And sandpaper is a pain in the ass and messy. I'm looking for a tool. You know, something where I can just go zip, zip, zip and clean up those edges. Yeah. Actually, if you click on my Amazon page and then search for that, it'll count as well. But let me add it to my thing. Hang on. Let's see. Add to list. I'm going to put it under... actually, I think that might be useful for possibly doing this outside edge. So I'm going to put that under 3D printing parts and tools. So if you click on my Amazon link and then go to 3D printing parts, tools, and accessories, that will pop up. That might get me in trouble with the other NBC. But yeah, this works fine, but it's just not convenient. It doesn't have that same ease as, you know, this does. This works so well for inside edges, but it doesn't work for outside edges. .3D printing, and Don from Germany, 3D printing in Germany, said hi.
Hi.
One of my viewers.
Saying hi to me?
Yeah, one of my critters.
No, said hi too.
The problem with a sanding block is that it melts PLA. So you have to be very careful and go slow. That's why I tend to use a scrape, because the scraping process doesn't melt the PLA.
Hey, what are you doing? Be a good boy. Were you sleeping in mommy's room this whole time?
You got it. So try to remind me to send out Naomi tomorrow. Just remember that word, Naomi.
And you can remind her on your phone, mister.
See you later, Dave. That's what actually, that's kind of what I was thinking of for using sandpaper. If I was really careful, it won't work for deep. Well, but see, the problem is when I print with a brim, there's always a little bit of the brim still attached to the model, and I want to clean that up. I don't know, but that's exactly what I was thinking of. A big cone, so it would go on as deep as you needed to, and just. I was thinking that might work. I was also thinking a cone with little sharp edges, you know, like little tiny razor blades that stick out straight like this. Not like this, because that'll dig in, but straight like this, all along the edge, so that I could put like 5 razor blades in there, and then put the whole thing over it and just go and clean up that edge without using a sanding motion. Yeah, like a giant pen, kind of like a giant pencil sharpener. Yes, except with multiple blades, so I can just go and then the whole edge is clean. I'll figure something out eventually. It's not a big deal, really. And if I use a printer with a heat bed, that I don't have any brim to worry about because I don't need a brim. You described the Rothenberg tool. Let me look up that. Rothenberger.us. Nope. But here's Rothenberger tools. That doesn't look like it. Oh, I think I see what you're doing. There's a video here. So it is Rothenberger. No, that's just power tools. Now that plastic PVC tool, I need that for cutting body tubes. This is a video of like a whole bunch of different Rothenberger tools. I don't see the thing I need yet. See if the chat's posted a link. See you later, Alexander.
Bye, Alexander.
Do you need the hot end fan or do you need the parts cooling fan? Is that an eBay listing? I believe it is. No, it's not an eBay listing.
Amazon.
So Amazon? That doesn't come up on Amazon or eBay. I'll have to check around local airfields. I think there is an air park here somewhere. Oh, go to Menards. I don't want to close that one or that one. menards.com. Don't allow. Go away. SKU. We could not find any matches for that number on menards.com. Here's a name. Rothenberg Rapid Deburring Tool. See you later, Don.
Bye, Don.
That'll mess up the whole model. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I already have one of those. That's good for inside curves. I need to do outside curves. I didn't see a link, man. Yeah, I can't always control that. I mean, sometimes if there's a questionable message, it'll hide it, and then I can hit show or hide. But sometimes YouTube simply does not allow a certain message to post, and I get no say in the matter. So if you posted a link, it did not show up anywhere else. Nobody else saw it. So if it's at Menards.com, post everything after the .com. So if it's Menards.com / blah 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 blah, post all the blah 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 without the .com, and then I should be able to see that. And then I could just add it myself in the browser. Yeah, I did not see a link. The last link I saw was a long time ago. Yeah, I haven't seen a link in the last 20 minutes. So that is, that came up. Okay. So now this is Menards. No, that's a YouTube thing. It filters some links, and I have no say in the matter. Menards.com / and then paste all that. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Now let me see if it'll let me post it. I wonder if I can bit.ly it. Copy. Let me see if it'll let me bit.ly that. All right, who can see that? Well, if anybody can see that, then it's working. Were you guys able to see that link I just posted? Okay, now let me try to post his link. Because I have a feeling it won't let me. Well, it'll do it, but you won't see it. Now, did you see the second one I posted? Oh, yeah, it popped up here. So now why would it let me post it but not let him post it? That's weird. That's just a YouTube thing. I can't control that. There's no option I can click, say, let this person post links. YouTube just does it. Okay? But yes, that's exactly what I need. I believe that would work. I would like more tines inside. But yeah, and it's only $8 too. Yeah, internal, external. So that's the difference. So the points on the one side would be your internal deburring tool, and the cone on the outside would be your external deburring tool. Okay. So let me do a search for external deburring on Amazon. And see if I can find that same tool. Similar, but these are tiny things. These are things you use to deburr like bolts. So I can't use those. I need like that Rothberg thing that he posted. Yeah, see, none of these are usable. These are all those little itty bitty things for doing bolts. Oh, wait a minute. Here's a Rothberger one. $81? I don't think so. It only goes up to 2 inches. So how much is shipping from Menards? And how big is it? How big is that opening? Oh, it only goes to 1 3/8 inches. Shit. I need like 4 inches. Damn. Ship to home. Well, that's not bad. Oh, no, processing. Oh, processing fee of $2.80 plus shipping. So it's going to be like $20 for that. your channel, your links. I don't have the option to control who can post links. I like the fact that it allows me to show and hide sometimes, because sometimes people will come in here and try to post their own affiliate links. And it's like, yeah, come on, buddy. This is my store, not your store. Thank you, Burning Gems. It's too small. It only goes to 1 3/8 inches, and even this is over 2 inches. See, I don't need it for small things. I need it for big shapes like this. And so I need something that goes to like 4 inches, so I can. But yeah, that's exactly what I need. So I need to design something like that. You know. Now, see, you don't want it to swivel. If it's swiveled, it's going to dig in. So I got to design something like that. Yeah, the trick is the blades. The trick is getting good blades. Because the better the quality of these blades, the better the quality of the tool. Because that's what's going to make the difference. But yeah, that is something I can print. Can't use razor blades. They're too thin. So what'll happen is the razor blade will go, the razor blade will wiggle. I need something thicker than razor blades. But utility blades might work. Yeah, utility blades might work. Because they're nice and thick. And their brand new ones are still very sharp. And since I'm only using it to trim plastic, they'll last forever. No, not cut. I'm trying to deburr the outside edge of surfaces like this. You see, the problem is this nose cone prints like this. Okay? So this here doesn't matter because nothing attaches to this. So if there's a little thickness on the edge here, that doesn't matter. But this nose cone prints like this. And the problem is, now this one, no problem, because this is the top surface, not the print bed surface. So you have the finished surface and you have the start surface. The problem is the nose cone, my interface surface, is my start surface. No matter how perfect your settings, you're always going to have a little bit of squish here. Okay? This is going to be squished a little bit. And if you get it enough so it's not squished, there's a chance that it's going to pop off while printing. Okay? So the inside, no problem. I just take my deburring tool and there you go. My inside edge is clean. But I also need to clean the outside edge because that is a mating surface. You see how that looks really nice? The way these two surfaces come together like that? You can hardly even see the seam. That's because I cleaned it up. So I need to make a tool because I want to make kits out of these. So I'm going to do like 30 of these at a time. And having to sit here and do this, and it takes about 2 minutes per, you're talking an hour to do all that. Well, if I could design a tool specifically for this, with those blades on the inside, like that deburring tool that he posted, then I could just make a tool and go, and I'm done in 30 seconds. You know, and instead of 2 minutes. Exactly, that's the idea. You do what you don't want to do is, unlike the inside, because it'll follow the contour, although even the inside can dig if you're not careful, especially on a thin print like this. What you don't want is you don't want the blade to tilt into the print because then it'll dig. That's why that deburring tool he posted was perfect, because the blades are held rigid. And that's why you need a thick blade. Because what you want to do is you want to scrape. You don't want to cut. Ender 5 Plus, nothing. Because I have limited power, I can only keep so many printers running at once, and I already have 4 printers going. And so I don't want to run any more printers, because I'm also running 4 700-watt electric heaters. I'm running a 12,000 BTU heat pump, and then I'm also running the stove and the electric car and the hot water heater. Already several times I've popped the breaker out the pole. I've had to go out the pole and hit the breaker. Check Messenger. Cool. Yeah, I saw that, John. Here we go. Amazon link. Yeah, nice. That's exactly what I need. And it says currently unavailable, but that's okay. That's exactly what I need, but bigger. So that goes up to 38 millimeter, which is actually 38 millimeter is pretty big. 38 millimeter is approximately, where's my tube? Where the hell? Oh, here we go. That's pretty close to 38 millimeter right there. Okay. So that tool would work on something like this, but it won't work on something like this because this is too big. This is like, I don't know how big. It's like 60 millimeters. So basically, I need to find, or I need to build. Although I might be able to buy one of those and take the blades out of it, and then put the blades in a larger tool, so I can do things like this. But yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. So that there is for your inside deburring, and then you use that end for your outside deburring. See how they're sticking the tube in there? Right there? They don't have a better picture of it, but that's it right there. So you can see right there, you can stick the tube inside there, and it'll self-center, and then you just turn it, and it deburrs the edge. Amazon. So that number right there should be the number that takes me there. That's good up to 2 inches, so that's good up to 50 millimeters. Still not quite enough for this, but yeah, that's the idea. Cool. I think I can build that. In fact, I just might make that this weekend's project. Ooh. This goes up to 3 inches. Oh, here we go. So here's one that goes up to 3 inches, but I don't like the design. It should work, but I think it's made for heavier plastics. I think the one from Rothenberger, that style design, I think that would be better, but this is the idea. This one is good up to 3 inches. Just put that in Amazon. I'll hit refresh if you lost the video. It looks good on my end. Actually, I just realized I can make an affiliate link for that. Duh. There we go. But that would actually be big enough to do that. They must have only had one left, Jerry, because it shows out of stock now. It says currently unavailable. But now I know what I need to build. So that should be pretty easy. I'm going to finally be able to wash my car. I'm so worried about the grime on the car hurting it, you know, because it's a brand new car. Well, not brand new anymore. It's 3 years old now. but I'm so worried about it hurting it. That's all right. That was too small for me. I couldn't use it. Remember, I need 3 inches. That's only good to 1.5 inches, so that's fine. Hopefully you click on one of my links first so I get credit. I got a good deal on this. It's like a pressure washer, but not like a high pressure washer. But it's battery powered, and it's got a hose. You stick it in a bucket, and it's a sprayer. Well, I got a 55-gallon bucket outside. Well, I also got a bucket heater. It's a 1,000-watt heater. You just drop it in the bucket. It's completely waterproof. Farmers use it to keep their the water for their pets warm in the winter for their farm animals. So I'm just going to drop this bucket heater in the bucket, warm up the water, add a little soap, and now I have my own car wash. And I can also use this for cleaning off my concrete patio, for cleaning the house, cleaning the containers, because I have my own little portable pressure washer. I carry a bucket in the pressure washer, and I can heat the water up because hot water works a whole lot better. Yeah, it looks like the only thing I need is to figure out how to get good blades. So probably the best thing would be to find a deburring tool that has replaceable blades. Where you can buy new blades for it. And the more expensive ones would be more likely to have that. Uh-oh, I just broke it free. Oops. I wanted to touch it to see how smooth it was, and I broke it free. Whoops. So that means I'm going to want to add a little more squish. But yeah, look at that. That's nice. So that's my nose cone design. And as you see, I have these cutouts inside that get me my my Vase mode printability, while still giving me a place to attach the shock cords for the printer. It works really well. And then this should fit better since I made it smaller. Oh yeah, good fit. Actually, I need to make it a little smaller. But because that needs to be a relatively loose fit. Actually, that's not bad. Once I shape it a little bit. Yeah, that works. That's not bad. Because if the nose cone's too hard to get off, then the parachute might not come out. And that would be bad. But yeah, is that a banging color or what? I love that. That looks better. Yeah. I think I need to up the extrusion multiplier a little bit more, though. Make it a little thicker. This filament is a little more flexible than, for example, this filament. Well, that's the other trick, is that I want ideally a blade made to fit into a slot like that, so I can lock it in place. Although that still should be pretty easy to do. Yeah, I'm going to 3D print something this weekend. That's going to be a project video. Because that's a tool a lot of people could use. Hi, baby. How you doing? You going to catch me another mouse tonight? Huh? You going to catch me more critters? Yeah, I'll give you more ham. I let him play with the mouse for about a half an hour, and then I took it from him. After he puts it down and he waits for it to run, and then he chases it. So I picked it up, and then I gave him a piece of ham. So I'm hoping that'll be a positive experience for him. He'll learn to associate. I catch a mouse, I get to play with it, and then I give it to my owner, and I get ham. So I'm hoping he'll... Because the problem is, I don't want him hiding the carcass somewhere in the house. Because then it stinks. And you got to find it. And so I want to train him to bring the mouse to me and give it to me. And then I give him a prize as a result. And the idea being that I don't have to worry about hunting down a stinky carcass. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Scrape. I need something. Ideally, what I need is, I mean, my dream solution. I don't even know if this exists. I might be able to have somebody make them for me, because it would not be hard to make. Oh, you definitely know what the odor of decomp is. Trust me, it's a very distinctive odor. I realize the blade doesn't have to be sharp. Just the edges have to be sharp. Okay? So it could just be a square piece of metal with two very sharp, it needs to be thin, of course, but two very sharp edges. And then what I need is something that's shaped like this. I need something shaped like that. Because then I could design a hole of that shape in my 3D print and then just push the blades in. And I'm good. That's all I need. I need something machined sharp. Something like that. I might even be able to have someone like, what is it, 701 Maker? You might be able to do something for me like that? Find the other? What find the other? If somebody tried to post a link, it didn't appear. 713 Maker. Yeah, he might be able to make me some machine blades for it. Because they'll last forever. I mean, I'm just using them to trim plastic. And even if he charges me like 30 bucks to make me some custom little blades, that's still a hell of a lot cheaper than $100 that they want for some of these tools. No, I never found his first mouse. So maybe he let it go and it ran away, or it hasn't decomped yet, or I don't know. But I never found the first one. That's it right there. That's the design. Actually, probably better any kind of shape. You know, hang on. Think of the profile of a nail, except it's a blade. That's it. You know, probably something, 2 inches long will be enough. Because I won't have to make different sizes. Think kitchen knife, 2 inches long, kitchen knife size. You know, the thickness of a kitchen knife. You know, what's that? 1 millimeter, 1.5 millimeter. That's plenty. Actually, you can go, if it's easier to go like 2 or 3 millimeter stock, as long as you have that nice machined edge. You know, the only thing that's important is the tip. As long as that tip is very well machined and sharp, that's all I need. Because the whole point of this shape is for the same reason that I do this. See how I have that shape? Well, the purpose of that shape is so that I can create a socket that I can 3D print and a tool, that piece there, that would then fit into the socket. So I could print a housing that includes that shape hole. What shape doesn't matter, as long as it's a simple shape. I can just keep scaling my part until I get it right. And then I just make a part that has that slot in it. And then I just take the blades that are made and then just stick them in the slot. That's it. That's all there is to it. It is that simple. Yeah, we've seen that, Calvin. The problem is they're too small because I work in the 3 to 4 inch range. I know DPark, but I didn't get the link. So post the link without the .com. A cuticle slicer? I've never tried that. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, DPark, if you posted a link, it's not allowing it. Okay. Yeah, I have one of those. The problem is they don't work on outside edges. It works on the inside, but it doesn't work on the outside. Ah, that came up. Yeah, that one worked. Paste and go. What the hell? Oh, it included your name. I don't know why I did that. Doesn't work. We're having trouble finding that site. Maybe it's supposed to be rigid without the D. Server not found. It can't find it. Mistype? eBay item. 3.5 inches, nice. Where's my eBay link? Paste. Oh, there we go. That's not too bad. It's only $43. Yeah, it's basically exactly what I would 3D print. Let me save that. Yeah, that's the idea. That's basically the idea. That's exactly it. I wonder why it adds your name to the link, even though I did not highlight your name. Very weird. It will, I don't know why, DPark, but it will not load that site. It says, whom? We're having trouble finding that site. We can't connect to the server, ridgid.com. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I'm missing something. Oh, I'm missing the dot whatever. Yeah, it's an incomplete address. Is it a .com? That would explain it. Duh. You're probably doing that to get past the filters. Yeah, I posted a link to those already. Yeah, I found those on Amazon. Yeah, that was me being a dumbass. I should have realized I needed to add the .com. Yeah, I found those on Amazon too. They're like $31. Boy, that is a beautiful purple. Alrighty, guys. It is 4:22. I gotta bust a hump and get out of here and go get my mail, because I am expecting some packages today. But I will see you guys in a video this weekend. I'll be shaving next week since I'll have my freaking shaver charged. Oh, I hate this. It's so uncomfortable. It makes me itch. Oh, I hate it. And I will see you guys in a live stream next week. I think we're going to do the order laser cutter next week. I got to figure out how to arrange this room a little bit better. I might even have to lock away the cats during the stream because that laser light can harm the cats. Or just do very short burns with the laser when the cats aren't around, because if one of them jumps up on here while it's burning, reflected light could hurt them. So I don't want that to happen. But I can't grow a beard. I have a skin psoriasis problem. You can actually probably see it. Yeah. See the red areas there? See those darker areas? That's where my skin cells grow out of control if I let hair grow there. And so I end up with this scaling of skin inside the beard hair. So I can't have a beard. It just won't work. Alrighty. Thank you once again to everybody who donated, especially to Emery with that $150 donation. That is incredible. Thank you so much. Thank God you did not use YouTube's donation link, because they would have taken $50 of it. But I appreciate that so much. Thank you very much. That had a substantial impact on my monthly income this month, and I appreciate that. So you guys have a great day. Don't forget those affiliate links down below. I earn an income from them. I earn a commission when you use them. I now have actual affiliate links for Wham Bam and for TH3D. So if you order from either of those, they're there. eBay, Amazon, Walmart, AliExpress, GearBest, Banggood. I have affiliate links down below for all those sites. So if you shop for anything there, check my link out. See if anything is useful there for you. You guys have a great day. I will see you later.